I am gonna really quick fast check if things are working because I forgot to do that. Okay. Headpads are working very good.
Yeah.
That's working too. Wonderful. And last but not least, our little meow meow. What will you say?
Tuturu.
Wonderful. Thank you for your input, chat cat. Now we'll take a peek on the Twitch app. Oh, hello, Catman. Welcome, welcome. Well, I guess I don't have to check then. Can you tell me if you can see the game alright? It doesn't display when I'm not, like, on the game. The game is in full screen. Wow. And is the volume okay too? Or is it, like, too quiet, too loud? I don't know, play something from game. There should be music playing from the game. Yeah, there should be music. It's a bit low. Okay, let me scoot back over to OBS and fix that. Is that better? Yes, but maybe down just a small bit. Okay. How's that? Because right now your voice is over it, but it may not be. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just let me know if, like, I end up saying, like, something soft on the softer end and it gets drowned out. Okay, continue. Regular load. Yay. Alright, Mr. Okabe. Try to relax. It's therapy time, because that's where we left off. My voice is a bridge, guiding you down into the past. Oh boy. You're going down and down and down, and then you see a gentle colored light. Yeah, oh boy, therapy. I was dreaming. Daydreaming. I was aware that I was lying on a big sofa, undergoing counseling. I tried my best to stay calm and imagine what the psychologist was telling me. What color is the light? Red. Red, I see. The person you care about is standing in the light. Are they your family? No. Then your friend? Or perhaps lover? Lover. No. Not my lover. Not even my friend. Then what are they? She and I are... Little... Memories came flooding back into my mind like a geyser. Could you come with me for a moment? Mayuri Shina is not needed. Tell me. I know you use the time leap machine. Save Mayuri. Go to the beta world line, the world where Mayuri doesn't die. Not just for your sake, but for mine as well. Will you remember me? Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Yeah, I'm not screaming.
Okabe-san!
Mr. Okabe. I killed her. It was me. It was me. Listen to me. I'm going to pat you on the shoulders. When I do, you'll be fully awake. 3, 2, 1, now. There was a loud sound, then I felt an impact on my shoulders. Kirisu's suffering face disappeared instantly, and I could feel my consciousness awakening. Crying sounds. I stood up off the sofa. I felt dizzy and almost fell over. Are you alright? Rest a minute. I'll bring you a towel right now. What are you doing, cat? I think the cat has zoomies. The psychologist left the room. I realized I was soaked in sweat. The air conditioner was working, so I could tell it wasn't from the heat. It was the first time I tried hypnotherapy at a mental health clinic. Oh boy, another tip. A method of therapy where the patient is placed in a hypnotic state and the therapist acts directly on their subconscious mind to remove the psychological traumas that led to mental illness. Huh? In Japan, there is no government certification system for hypnotherapy, but therapeutic associations do offer their own certifications. Certified hypnotherapists are sometimes called hypnosis technicians. Learn something new every day, I guess. My body felt strangely heavy. When I got outside, it was night. It was almost December, and the wind was cold. How was it, Okarin? Mayuri is so cute. Mayuri Shina asked me, gently. Mayuri was a high school student, and my childhood friend. I can read so good. Also, I'm getting distracted by Cat because he's just meowing. I think he found something to play with. Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely playing with something nice. She'd come with me to counseling today. I told her I didn't need her to, but she left school early to come. That's sweet. All I ever did was make her worry. Around 3 months ago, my one obsession had been saving her. To me, she had always been someone I had to protect. And now, she was worried about me. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I tried counseling. That checks out. Message? Amadeus app. Interesting. That wasn't there before. Suzuha. Got a sec, Uncle Green? But I refuse. I like that I can send stickers. Okay. I have a sec for you, Suzuha. What's up? Listen, what do you think I should do about Mom and Dad? What do you mean? I just can't see them getting together like this. Well, you're right. Uncle Okurin, is there anything you can do? You know, there's nothing I can do to help with that. You're right, yeah. It kind of hurts that you just gave up that easily. Doesn't seem to be your kind of thing, Uncle. I'm jealous. That's kind of funny. Who is her mom, though? We don't know yet. We just know her dad is daughter.
Ma,
It's not that
大したこ
bad,
とないって
they
さ。
said. I told her a small lie to make her feel better. Actually, they told me I had suffered serious trauma. They'd stopped the hypnotherapy and given me a course of counseling and drugs. Now they wanted to wait to see the results. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely suffered serious trauma. Don't have to be a psychologist to know that one, buddy. Basically, they decided there was nothing to do but to treat my symptoms and wait for it to heal naturally. I mean, yeah, that checks out. I can't tell if what Maho had showed me yesterday was having an effect. I underwent treatment without telling the psychologist about the time machine, or the rolled lines, or most of the things that had happened, so maybe there's no way for them to make a proper diagnosis. In any event, I decided not to think too much about the results.
なあ、まゆり。
Hey,
夕
Mayuri,
飯
you haven't
これから
eaten
だろ。
yet, right? Wanna go get
何
some
か食べに
food?
行くか。
I'll treat you.
お
That's
ごるぞ。
cute. No, can we go to Akihabara
秋葉
then?
原に行ってもいいかな。ルカ君とフェリスちゃん
Luca
が
and
ね、
Ferris say that they
久
haven't
々
seen
に
you
お
in
二人に会い
forever,
たい
and they want to meet up. Akihabara, huh? The clinic was in walking distance of my house. Akihabara was much further away. But even so, I couldn't turn down Mayuri's request. That's... Okay. Until the events of this summer, I had gone there almost every day. In fact, I practically lived there. Lately only went 3 times a week at the absolute most. And then only to go shopping on the way home from school. We went out into the plaza in front of the station. Just like in Ikebukuro, even though it was only a month until Christmas, there were barely any decorations. I was sure the whole place would be covered in them the minute it was December 1st. Eventually, I was sure to see maids in Santa outfits.
秋葉原でチラシを配る。
Maids in Santa
Santa
outfits
fuku
passing out
kita
flyers in
maid.
Akihabara, huh? Akihabara could be really weird. Yeah.
フェリスちゃん
No,
とル
it's
カ
Ferris
君
and
だ。
Luca. Do-do-do. Ferris is so cute. Meow? Kyoma.
岡部さん
Akabe.
Mayuri-chan.
Mayuri. Honestly, Luca's outfit's also really cute. Ferris and Luca must have been waiting. They ran over as soon as they saw us. I missed you, Nya. Ferris Nyan jumped at me without the slightest hesitation. She was a maid, and Ferris wasn't her real name. I knew her real name, but if I didn't call her Ferris at all times, even when she wasn't working, she'd get mad at me. She was wearing the same outfit she always wore, her work clothes from her job at the maid cafe Maid Queen Nyan squared. Was Maid Queen going to switch to Santa outfits soon?
やめろよ。
Stop it, everybody's looking at us. I tried to pull Ferris off me, but it wasn't working. Maybe I should just steal the cat ears off her head. Oh no,
いいじゃないかにゃ。
who cares,
京
Nya?
馬とフェリス
All that
の
matters right
仲で
now is Ferris and Kyoma. No,
よくない。
I care. And stop calling me
今
Kyoma.
日まっていうのも。
なんで
Meow, why?
あの名前は。
I have consigned that name to my dark past. Oh boy. I like that that's a tip. Net slang, an embarrassing part of your history that you would rather not talk about and that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in a certain famous giant robot anime. Oh, is it from? Huh. I didn't realize it was a reference to something. That's interesting. Meow. She's so cute. Ferris looked upset, but I decided to ignore her. No, don't ignore her. She's too cute to ignore. Kyome Hyolin was a part of the past I'd seal away. I decided to pretend he never existed. He had meddled with a forbidden invention called a time machine, and as a result, the systems that ruled the world had punished him. He dashed the hopes of many, lost the life of someone he cared for, and his heart had suffered grievous wounds. He must never be awakened again. I didn't need him anymore.
じゃあ
Then what should I call you, Nya?
そりゃあ
Well, Okabe or
Okabe とか。
something.
やっぱり
I think Okarin's a
って
cute
呼ぶ
name.
のが
Don't
可
you,
愛くていいん
Ferris?
じゃないかなねえフェリスちゃん
By the way, Ferris is what Mayuri calls Ferris. She claimed it was easier to pronounce or something like that.
うーん
Well, if you say so, Miyayoshi.
これから
It
そ
still
う呼ぶ
doesn't sound right, though.
なんだか違和感あるけど
I mean... She looked unsatisfied, but she backed away. Lukako. It's been a
ルカ君も
while.
久しぶりだな。
はい
Yes. So cute. Lukako smiled happily. He always looks as beautiful as a pretty girl. Hello. Click, please. There you go. But he's a guy. Yep. He was a classmate of Mayuri's and could often be seen helping at Yanabayashi Shrine, where his family lived. And another tip. A shrine in Akihabara, cross Manseibashi Bridge and then go down the side street. Then go under the bridge there and you'll see it along the river, home to many stray cats, as well as the Urishibara. Amazing. I probably shouldn't call him Lukako. Just like I told Ferris not to call me Kyoma. Little click, please. I definitely need a new mouse. God, this is ridiculous. He had his own name, Mukure Shibata. But calling Lukako Luka after all this time, that would be really embarrassing.
なんだか
It feels
と
like
て
a
も
very long
懐かしいよ
time.
うな気がします
Click, 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 click.
僕
There you go. Okay.
時々ラボに顔を出すん
I
ですけど
sometimes go to the lab, but you haven't been there much.
最近あんま
Have
り
you?
来ていませんよね
Oh.
No, I haven't. Yeah, this is actually genuinely ridiculous. Please. I've been busy with school. I had to get ready for ATF too. Come on. Oh, there we go. Even after that was done, I've been busy with Malho and Dr. Luskin and then Amadeus. I hadn't had a chance to rest. But I avoided mentioning that to them. Hello. Oh, and I'm in a club now.
サークルに入った
You
んで
joined
す
a
か
club?
何のサークルかにゃ
The kind of club, yeah? UFOs?
とか
UMAs?
とか
The fuck is a Yuma? UMA. Why is clicking not working? I swear to fuck. What is this nonsense? Whatever. Unidentified mysterious animal. Creature whose existence has not been confirmed by science. Examples include the Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti, or the Japanese kappa in Tsuchinoko. Yes, Tsuchinoko. There we go. Yes, animals. The word Yame itself was invented by the Japanese, and no one outside of Japan will recognize it. I mean, yeah, I didn't recognize it, so that checks out. And then UFO, unidentified flying object, usually used to refer to spacecraft piloted by aliens. This term actually describes any kind of flying object whose nature is unknown. Amazing. Who do you guys think I am? I guess I hadn't told them then. Mayuri. I'm pretty sure I told her. This is actually ridiculous. As the two of them looked at me with wide eyes, I cracked a knowing smile and puffed out my chest.
テニスサークルだ
The tennis club? What? I hope that's a joke. I agree. The people around us turned to stare at Ferris and Luca. Mm-hmm. Why the tennis club, Nia?
岡部さん、今まで
Okabe,
テニスなん
have
て
you
や
ever
ってま
played
したっけ？
tennis?
初心者に決まっ
Of
ている
course
だろ
not. I may not look it, but I'm terrible at sports. You definitely look like you're terrible at sports. I'm sorry. I'm confident I'd lose to Mayuri at distance running. I'm confident of that too.
じゃあなんで？
Then why meow?
うーん
Well,
話
it's
せ
a
ば長くな
long
るんだ
story,
が
but
大学のゼミの
the
准教授
associate
が
professor
テニス
who's
サーク
my
ルの
teacher
顧問
at
なんだ
school is the tennis club's
それで
advisor,
勧誘された
and they'd asked me to join.
一つも長く
That's
な
not
いにゃ。
long at all, Nia.
いやまあ聞けって
Well, I'm not done yet.
相手は一応世話
That
になって
teacher's
る人
done
だ
a
し
lot for me, so I
サークル
decided to
に顔
stop
出してみ
by.
たんだ
ふーん。
And
そうしたら
it turns out I have a talent for tennis.
テニスの
Despite the
才
fact
能
that
があ
I'm
る
a
らしくて
beginner,
な
I beat every
初心
single
者に
one
も
of
かかわら
them.
ず会員相手に連戦
Interesting.
連勝だったんだ
There's actually tennis courts at my apartment. I should get like a cheap tennis racket and balls and play. Should actually use a lot of the facilities here because there's also like Olympic-sized pool and shit and like a fitness center. I really need to get around to making use of the fact that those exist here.
どうだ大したもんだろ
Amazing, huh?
はあ。
Thoughts? Do they not believe him? I wouldn't believe him either.
岡部さんって
You really are
やっぱりすごい
amazing,
です。
Okabe. If I had known, I would have been a
プロ
pro
テニスプレイ
tennis
ヤーを目指してお
player.
けばよかったかな
目指せ。
You could win Wimbledon,
だね。
whatever that is.
ふん。
Thoughts?
ん
Hmm.
どうしたフェイン
What's wrong, Ferris?
頭で
have
も
a
痛いのか
headache?
どこからどう
I'm not even sure where to
突っ込めばいいのやら。
begin. That's the most obvious ploy to get new members that I've ever heard,
サークル
Nya.
会員数を増やすための罠じゃないかにゃ。
いや
D-
はっきり言うな
Don't say
よ
that. I had
Well,
kind of
うすう
noticed,
すそう
but
じゃ
I'm
ない
trying
と
to
思った
avoid
けど
thinking about it.
考えないようにして
You
る
know
ん
what?
だ
That's
から
valid.
でも
But
み
they're
んな
all
いい
really
人ば
good
っかりなんだ
people.
ぞ
じゃあ
So you've been
サー
busy
クルの練
practicing
習が
with your
忙
club
しいんです
then?
ね。
んあ
Mm.
あいや
Oh, no.
練習はあんまり
Actually,
し
I
てない
barely
か
go.
な
Sir?
はい。
Huh?
じゃあ一体
Then
何
just what are
して
you
るの？
doing?
合コン
Matchmaking parties and stuff. This is gonna keep going for a little while, isn't it? Their shouts filled the whole street, and once again people turned around to stare.
そんなに驚くことないだろう俺だって普通の大学生なんだから
It's not that surprising, is it? I'm a normal college kid. No, you're not, but that's okay.
そうですよね。
That's true. I'm sorry,
でも
but
うーん。
Luca was fidgeting like he wanted to say something.
フェイリスというものが
How
な
can you
り
go
なが
after
ら
other women when you've got your beautiful Ferris? It's unforgivable, Nya.
許せないにゃ。
勘違いするなよ
Don't get the wrong idea,
俺は
okay?
女の子なんか別
I'm
に
not really interested in girls. In fact, I went along with the rest of the club, but there really wasn't any place for a wannabe normal like myself, a dear. Normal definition time. People who live satisfying or fulfilled normal lives. Examples are people with lots of friends, or people with girlfriends, or people who spend a lot of time at their school clubs, or who go to parties, or who aren't interested in anime, or who go outside Japan during summer break. There was no way I could keep up with the conversations that the, well, normal normies had. While the other men and women were having fun, I would just kind of sit there. The matchmaking party was a challenge far beyond my capabilities. I was gonna tell Ferris and Luca that though. My ID only worked for like a few and then stopped working. Come on, mouse.
いいな
Aw,
ぁ。
that's so
マユシ
nice.
オカリンと合コン
Mayushi wants to
したい
go
の
to a
です。
matchmaking party with Okarin too.
何？
What? Mayuri wanted to do what? Is she old enough to be interested in that sort of thing? Yes? She's not that much younger than you, dude. Come on.
だってみんなで
Cause
楽し
that's
く
when
パー
everybody
ティー
gets
するん
together
で
and
し
has a
ょ
fun party, right? Evidently not. Hmm.
間
Well,
違っ
it's
て
not
はない
wrong,
け
but
ど
the nuance is a little
なんだ
different,
か微
you
妙
know?
にニュアンスが違う気がするにゃ。場所はラボで
We
いい
could
か
hold it
な
at the lab. Of course, Luca and Ferris will come. Oh, and Daru and Nai and Suzu.
なるくんや
Nai?
なえちゃんや
Why is
すずさん
Nai
も
invited? Oh. Mayuri turned to me with a guilty look. Suzu, huh? Suzuha Amane, also known as John Titter, a time traveler from the year 2036. A true warrior, who was still fighting even as I was trying my best to give up. I barely seen her since summer. I was avoiding her. Part of the reason I'd stopped going to the lab was that she spent all her time there now. Until a month or so ago, just hearing Suzuha's name was enough to cause flashbacks, and was all I could do to endure them. I know what flashbacks are, but let's read anyways. A symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Patients who have undergone an extreme trauma can suddenly, without warning, find themselves reliving the memories of those experiences. Flashbacks can cause symptoms like palpitations and shaking hands and feet. Very, very debilitating. I am getting an email. I understand why I'm getting an email, but go away. After 3 months, I could finally stand to hear her name. But I didn't think I could keep it together if I met her in person. Of course, it wasn't her fault, and I wasn't blaming her. So I didn't want her to blame me. She never come out and said it, but when she looked at me with that razor-sharp glint in her eyes, I felt something like guilt.
あのね
Everyone?
あ
Hmm.
まゆしね
Mayashi's been planning an operation with Daru.
オペレーションがあるんだ。オペレーション
An operation? It sounded like something the old me would have done. Yep.
っていうと
Yeah.
どんな
What kind of
作戦かな
operation, yeah?
ね すずさんを笑顔に
Operation
し
Make
よう
Suzu
大
Smile.
作戦
No.
え
Huh? It was Mayuri talking about this out of the blue. No, maybe it wasn't out of the blue. She might have been thinking about it for a long time. So I decided to respond as cheerfully as I could.
聞かせてくれよ。
Tell me about it, Mayuri. Oh. Okay.
ね
So Mayashi thinks that Suzu's normally kind of
すず
scary,
さんって
but she's actually a really nice person.
本当はラボにいる時にね
Sometimes when I'm in the lab, I'll start to fall asleep on the
ソファー
sofa,
でうとう
and when
と
I
しちゃう
wake
と
up, there'll be a blanket
いつ
over
の間
me.
にかタオルケットがすずさんに聞いて
When I
も
asked Suzu about it, she
そんな
says she
の
has
知
no
らない
idea,
としか言
but
わないんだけど
oh,
僕も
I had a
そういう
similar
ことありました
experience.
以前
My dad once asked me to go
お父さんに
shopping for
買い物を
him,
頼まれて
and I was having
そ
trouble on
の
the
帰
way
り
back
に荷
because
物
I
が
had to
重
carry
くて
so
困ってい
much.
たんですそうしたら
And then Amane came
Amane-san
by,
が通り
and
かかっ
without
て
saying anything, she took some of the
何も
bags
言わ
from
ず
me
に
and carried
持ってく
them.
ださったんですよ
Huh? I had no
初耳だ
idea.
な。
こんなこと当たり前
She
だ
said
から
that it wasn't a big
誰にも
deal,
言うな
so I
って
shouldn't tell anybody.
あ
Oh,
言っちゃいました
I
けど
guess I just did.
そっか。
I see. In the Alpha World line, she was a cheerful girl who smiled at everyone and who loved to go mountain biking. But in this world line, she wasn't the type who smiled a lot. That was partially due to the way she'd grown up. I had heard about it third hand from Daru, but because of the universal conscription program that started after World War III broke out, she'd been forced to undergo military training ever since she was in middle school. And after that, she joined up with the anti-government forces and got caught up in a terrible struggle. After that, he said, she never really smiled.
だからね、
So I want Suzu to really smile.
本当の笑顔にしたいのです。
なるほどな。
I see.
で、具体的に
So
は
what's your
何
plan,
をするの
Nya?
かな？
A Christmas
クリ
party.
スマスパーティーだ
Cute.
よ。クリスマスパーティー？
A Christmas party. You all spoke in unison.
もうすぐクリスマスでしょ。
It's almost Christmas, right? And Suzu says she's never been to a Christmas
そういうパーテ
party.
ィーをやったことがないんだって。だからマユシ
So
は
Mayashi wants to give her one as a present.
プレゼントしよう
That's
と
cute.
思ってるんだ。
Ferris and Luca nodded at almost the exact same time.
その話、
I'm in, yeah.
僕も。
Me too.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
おかりんも
Gooding. Will you
参
come
加してくれ
too?
る？
Huh?
そう、
Well,
そう、
ダメかな。
you don't want to.
俺はともかく
It's not that. It's
鈴
just...
葉が嫌が
I
るん
don't
じゃない
think
か。
Suzuha would really want me there. Do you? I was never going back to the past. I still can't forget the look on Suzuha's face when I told her that. It was an expression filled with anger and despair. She must have felt like her last, most desperate hope was crumbling away right in front of her eyes. The words she'd said to me then were still sharp thorns lodged in my heart.
鈴葉は
Suzuha doesn't like me.
俺を嫌ってるし、
マユシ
Mayashi
は
doesn't think
そうは
so.
思わないよ。すずさんは
I
ね、
think she probably regrets the fact that she got mad at you.
その気持ちを
I think she
素
just
直に
can't
言
say
えないん
it.
だと思うのです。
そうだろうか。
Really? Yeah,
きっと
I'm
そう
sure
だ
of
よ。
it. I couldn't turn her down after Mayuri said that.
わかった。
Fine.
少し
I'll
考
think
えてみ
about
るよ
it.。Yeah, okay.
あの、
By the way,
ところで
Okabe,
岡部さん、
there's a bit of hesitation in Luca's voice.
診察は
How did the doctor's
どうでした
appointment
か？
go? Evidently, Luca had heard about my counseling from Mayuri. Maybe he wanted to see me because he was worried about how it went. I guess I'm making Luca and Ferris worry too. In this world line, they still hadn't joined the lab, but even so, they were still dear friends. The lab members. This term refers to official members of the Future Gadget Laboratory, and anyone who's been given this designation has free access to the lab. Lab members are given numbers in the order they joined. Good times.
催眠療法というの
I
は
never
初体
tried
験だったが
hypnotherapy before. It
な
was
かなか興味
interesting.
深かったな。俺は
I never thought it
今まで
would
催眠
work on
術なん
me,
かには
so
かか
that
ら
was
な
a
いと
big
思ってたよ。
surprise.
驚いた。
かかっちゃったんです
It
か？
worked
見事にな。
perfectly.
へえ、
Huh.
そういうルカニャン
I bet Luca Nyan
催眠
wouldn't
術
last
と
a
かすぐ
second.
にかかりそうだにゃ。そん
Oh,
な、
come on. Yeah,
確か
I'm
に
sure.
速攻でやられるだろうな。
Luca would believe anything you told him. Anyway, there's no point in standing around forever. I was getting hungry, and it was time to find some place to eat.
なあ、
Hey
お
guys,
前たち
what do
何
you
が
want
食べ
to
たい？
eat? My treat.
おごるぞ。
We decided to head towards Yodobashi. There were a lot of restaurants there, so it was perfect. Way to go, Kyoma. I mean, Okarin. You're the best, Nia.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
何
What should I
食べ
eat?
ようかな。
Maybe fried chicken?
唐揚げかな。ジューシー唐揚げ。
Juicy fried chicken?
マユシーは
That's all Mayushi ever eats, Nia. I walked behind the three of them, and I thought to myself, what would it be like if Kurisi were here? I tried my hardest for the past few months to not to think about her, but... was it because of my experience yesterday that I did anyway? The expression is a little mannerism that I'd seen yesterday. The voice, the way she would walk. I remembered my conversation with her. Hello, Rintaro Okabe. I'm Kurisu Makase. Nice to meet you. I couldn't respond at all. Something felt slightly off about the way Kurisu moved on the screen, but it was really slight. I'd get used to it soon. More importantly, the voice and the way she spoke were exactly like the real Kurisu. I almost cried. And it was all I could do to stop from breaking down. Maho. It's not the middle of the night, is it? The camera on the PC switched from me to Maho. No, it isn't. Why? I was wondering if the two of you were sleepy. Hello, darling. Thank you so much for popping in to say hi. How are you? I hope you've been well. Got a sleep rugby game tomorrow? Oh, good luck. Good luck. I hope it goes well. And sleep well, too. Was she talking about the fact that I didn't respond to her introduction? No, you? Oh dear. I was asleep until a bit ago, but now I'm 100% awake. I will hydrate. Thank you so much for the redeem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. I see you're as lazy as ever, huh? Don't be rude. Anyway, can I ask a question? Thank you for the head pats. Yes. Sure. What's up? What's your relationship to Rintaro Okabe here? Dots. He's a student who participated in the last ATF seminar. He seemed really interested in the research, so I brought him here. Maho decided not to tell Amadeus that I was a friend of Kurisu's before she died. I wonder. Does she not want Amadeus to find out? Or was I supposed to tell her myself? Huh? He must be pretty impressive if you're saying that. The Kurisu on the screen turned to me and smiled. Calm down. So, Okabe, what's your major? Brain science, I assume? It's... The words got stuck in my throat. It said calm down. You know this is just a program. Her words, her appearance, even the conversation she's having with you right now. They're all artificial. But even though I knew that, I still couldn't speak. I had no idea what to say. And more than that, the words nice to meet you hit me harder than I thought they would. This wasn't the Kurisu I'd spent those 3 weeks with. Maho had told me this ahead of time, and I thought I understood it, but hearing it for myself hurt more than I imagined. I regretted not taking my anxiety meds, but it was too late now. My heart rate soared and my breathing became irregular. My head was spinning and the corners of my vision were beginning to dim. At some point, my lips had gone totally dry. Is something wrong, Okabe? Kurisu sounded worried. That voice software must be pretty good if it could handle nuances like that.
彼の専攻は脳科学
His
の
major
だ
isn't
わ
brain science,
だけど私
but
た
is
ちの
very
研
interested
究
in
に
her
とても
research.
興味があるんですって。そうなんですか。
Is he?
レスキネン教授も気に入ってるみたい
Dr.
だし、
Leskinen
いずれ
likes
は
him too.
私の助手
At
にで
some
もして
point, I
やろう
plan
か
to
と思っ
make
て
him
い
my
るところ
assistant.
よ。
How the turns have tabled.
え
What? My head snapped up in surprise at Maho's bizarre statement. Me? Maho's assistant? Then I'd go to Victor-Condria University?
あら、お
No.
気に召さ
You
ない
don't like the idea?
お気に召すと
It's
か
not
召さない
whether I
とか
like
そう
it
いう
or
問題じゃ
not.
なくて、
ま、
Well, it was a joke anyway.
冗談
A joke.
もしかして本気
Did you
にし
take
た
it seriously? I did not.
信じちゃいない。
I was gonna tell her that I almost did.
そう
I see.
でも
But if you study really hard, it might not be a joke after all.
あながち冗談じゃなくなるかもしれないわよ。
仮にそうだとしても、
Even if it wasn't, I'd rather be Dr. Lexinen's assistant. This is my way of getting back at her. What are you doing, Cat? He is playing the thing again. Okay. He's living his best little cat life.
教授の助手って
It's harder to be
思ってい
his
る以上に
assistant
大
than
変
you
よ。
might think.
あ
He's
の
a
方
really
は
big,
本当に子
he's
供だ
really
か
a
ら。
big kid. I can read words. As she spoke, she quietly came over next to me and tapped me on the arm a few times. I see. So that's what it was. So that blah 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 blah. So that was it. She was making a joke to try and calm me down.
悪かった。
Sorry.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
何のことかしら。
What are you talking about? I didn't think subtlety was her thing. Maybe I was wrong.
senpai?
Maho? Excuse me. Kurisu beckoned to Maho from within the screen in a very human manner.
何
What is it?
もうちょっとこっち。
Come a little closer.
スピーカ
Toward
ー
the
に入れてくだ
speaker.
さい。
Maho moved her ear close to the speaker. I was just thinking about how weird it was when... Huh? Maho suddenly turned bright red and shouted at the screen. Of course not. What are you talking about?
そんなに照れなくて
You don't need to be so embarrassed.
照れてるわけじゃ
I'm
ない
not embarrassed. Just stop being
おかしな
weird.
ことを言うのはやめて。
What did she ask? Hello?
そうですか？
You're sure?
そうです。
I'm sure.
一
What are
体
you
何の話
talking
を
about? It was obvious that Kurisu had whispered something to Maho. But what did she say? Maho glanced at me. And for some reason she blushed and turned away. Ah, I see. From the way Maho was acting, and what I knew about Kurisu, there was only one possibility.
このスイーツかっこ笑
Goddamn
いめ。
mainstream women. What's that supposed to mean, oh dear? A pejorative? Huh. Term used to refer to girls who are easily influenced by trends or who think in ways that men find impossible to understand. However, it is said that the only people who use it often are boys who have very little experience with women. That checks out. I whispered a name I'd often teased Kurisu with, and suddenly felt a lot better. She must have said something stupid like, "You two make a good couple," or "You finally found a man, huh?" The way she looked at a boy and girl holding a friendly conversation immediately assumed they were dating was just like the Kurisu I knew. Sheesh, what a system. It didn't need to be that true to her personality, did it? I chuckled. Do you think this Kurisu also browses that channel when Maho and the professor aren't looking too? Oh boy, explanation of that channel. Fictional, a huge anonymous message board that's the largest of its kind in Japan. Its catchphrase is everything from hacking to tonight's dinner, and its boards discuss everything from underground topics to normal news. Yep. Nah, knowing Kirsch is probably commenting. I remember Kurisu once browsed that channel on the Future Gadget Laboratory's computer when she knew nobody else was around. Hey, knock before you come in. Christina, what are you doing when you should be working? Hey, stay back. Huh? Hey, what's with that? Oh, this is terrible, right? Right? RFL kind of laugh. Nutsling, short for rolling on the floor laughing. Other variants include LOL, laughing out loud, RFLMAO, rolling on the floor laughing my ass off, and Trollcopter, like RFL but with a helicopter. What? That's a new one to me. Rolfcopter. Fret not, Christina, or should I say, at Channeler Kurisu. Don't call me that. I knew it already. Indeed, I'd known it for a long time. You reek of at Channeler. How rude. My perfume isn't that strong. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about your soul's power level. But it's cute how you try to hide it at Channeler Kurisu. Do not call me that! Your soul's power level, huh? My silly remarks seem to have a much deeper meaning now. Was the girl in front of me one day going to, as Dr. Leskinen had said, become a real artificial soul? When that happens, what are you supposed to call a soul that still existed in this world after the body was gone? Not dead or alive, but something in between. This wasn't science anymore. It was philosophy, or maybe religion. Enough messing around. Okabe didn't come here to waste his time with this stuff. The way you're trying to change the subject makes me even more suspicious. I'm going to infect you with a virus. I was kidding. I won't bring it up again. No, Mayuri, don't cry. What? Oh, your notification. Yeah. Just safe for now. Kurisu quickly bowed her head. I bet back when Kurisu was still alive, she had conversations like this with Maho every day. I'm sure Dr. Leskin had a lot of fun watching them. It was actually kind of cute. Sorry about that, Okabe. Wanna try talking to her? Oh. Maho offered me the seat in front of the PC. Kurisu's face was on the monitor right in front of me. When our eyes met, she smiled a little. I didn't know she reacted like this to people when she first met them. But my meeting with Kurisu went about as badly as it possibly could have. I realized that her prickly attitude towards me could have been unusual for her. Ask me whatever you want. I'll answer anything I can. Yeah. This wasn't good. I was remembering every moment I'd ever spent with Kurisu. I couldn't think of what to say. And then the words that came out of my mouth were... Is it possible to create a time machine? God damn it. Dude. Bruh. Rentaro, why? That was what I'd once argued about with Kurisu on another world line. At the end, I'd lost the argument completely. What? Huh? A time machine, he said. Where did this come from? It's just a test. I wanted to see if she was capable of thought experiments. Well, Kurisu? Let me see. My conclusion is that it's not possible. But we don't know for sure that it's impossible, I guess. What? That wasn't what she said. I'll begin with my conclusion. The very idea of a time machine is idiotic. That was what Kurisu had said on the Alpha World line. I remembered that well.
俺はタイムマシンなんて
I think the very idea of a time machine is idiotic. I remembered our old debate and decided to repeat what Kurisu had said then. It's too early to assume that.
そうかな
You think so? It's true that scientists all around the world have proposed time travel theories. There are even 11 major ones, and countless minor ones, but none of them are anything more than hypotheses, and some of them directly contradict one another. Correct. For example, there's a cosmic string theory and a wormhole theory, where time travel is possible as a thought experiment, but no one has a clue where you would go to get cosmic strings or exotic matter. In other words, it's not realistic. This is also something that Kurisu had told me in the Alpha World line, but the Kurisu on the screen was unmoved. That's probably because scientists hadn't discovered something important yet. And then you think it's possible to create a time machine? We don't know for sure that it's impossible. That's what I said, remember? Yeah, her opinion was slightly different. Because she hadn't had her encounter with her dad yet. Dummy. Aeon, thank you for the head pats. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. How are you? It's nice to see you in chat. It's been a really long time since I've seen you. You are a nerd, yes. Was this because I was in the beta world line? Or perhaps...
なあ、ヒアジョさん。
Hey, Hiyajo.
彼女は
She knows she's made from a copy of the original's memories, right? Of course.
じゃあ
Then, I can't think of a good
うまい例が
example,
思いつかないんだ
but
が、一卵性双生児
is it like identical twins?
生ま
You
れた
can't
時
tell
は
them
見
apart
分
at
けがつ
birth,
かない。
but as they grow, differences start to form?
育つにつれ
Or
て
something
差異
like
が
that?
出てくるとか。
We're still investigating that, but if the memories they build up are different, I think that of course they'd become something different from the original human. The professor agrees with me.
そっか。
I see. It was then that I heard the door on the other side of the partition slam shut. Is that the professor? From the loud sound of the footsteps, I had assumed so. I could definitely hear somebody stomping around outside. Then after a heavy knock, the door to the booth flung open. Rintaro! Rintaro. The professor opened his arms wide as he came inside. He grabbed my hand and began to wave it around. Amazing. I hadn't realized he was this friendly. He seemed to think he was giving me a handshake, but it felt like I was being worked over by a pro wrestler.
Hey boy!
Hey boy, what's up? Huh?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I don't have to actually read this, it's all in English. Fuck yeah, let's go. Okabe, your English is terrible. Listen, let him do his thing. Shut up, Christina. Oh dear. Christina? Oh no, I was so focused on the professor that I used my old nickname for her. Welcome back to life, Catman. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. I am worried about it. Why am I Christina? I told you it's nothing. You're freaking out a lot over nothing. I said shut up, Kurisu. How cute. Kurisu and Maho both seemed lost in thought. You called her Christina, huh? You too. Just drop it. I didn't want any more questions about this. Since the professor was here, I decided to ask more about how Amadeus's memories worked. Professor, is it possible for Amadeus's memories to be externally modified? But the professor wasn't listening to my question. He seemed to be frantically searching his pockets for something. Come to think of it, I didn't see that translator device on his ear. He must have been looking for it, which meant odds were good he didn't even hear my question. Modifying my memories? It's theoretically, yeah, I still said that wrong. We move on. Possible. Kurisu herself answered in the professor's place. For example, it would be possible to make me think that my name was Christina. Why would you make that? Wait, whatever. But memory data isn't like normal data. It's much more complex. I'm aware of no successful attempts to modify it. And even if the attempt succeeded, I would notice it and repair myself. I keep logs in an area that only I can access. In other words, a secret diary. If there was a discrepancy between my current memories and my diary, it's a very high probability I'd become suspicious. What's more, my memories are backed up at regular intervals. Even if they were altered beyond the point where I could self-repair, I would still be able to restore them. I would lose any memories that I have formed between then and the last backup, though. I see. Regardless of the topic of discussion, it felt strange. What Maho had said before she loaded Kurisu was true. I was starting to feel like I was chatting with the real Kurisu. The way she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise once she started talking about science exactly like the real Kurisu. It's interesting, though. I turned towards Kurisu and spoke. You're able to consider yourself objectively as a machine. From what I see in books and comics, I expect you to say, I'm not a machine, I'm human. That's pure nonsense. Even humans speak of themselves as a combination of hardware and software, right? I mean, they just call it biology and psychology. What's the difference? That's not what I thought she was getting at, cause like, metaphors, but whatever. I see. She's better with comebacks than anyone I know, isn't she? As she heard this, Kurisu turned toward Maho. Her CGI is big and round. It was really just the camera sensor moving. You know, Maho, this may not be of any of my business, but you should watch what you say. She cooking though? Huh? No one's cooking in this scene, I'm so confused. You finally got your chance. What if he stops liking you? What? Come on, don't bring that up again. But it's what I find most interesting right now. Naturally. It's what I find most meaningless right now. What if this is the last chance you'll ever get? You're the one who needs to learn to watch what you say. Huh. Oh boy. Dr. Luxinin was clapping his hands together and laughing. I had a chuckle a little too. Afterwards, the three of us, including the professor, talked to Kurisu, discussing technical subjects and making small talk. The next thing I knew, it had been almost an hour. I actually felt a little sad when Maho told me that it was time to stop. In just a single hour, the strangeness I felt about Amadeus had disappeared, and I felt like I was really talking to Kurisu. Dr. Lux stopped me before I left. So interested in being a tester? I tilted my head when I heard the professor speak through the translator. Amadeus doesn't have a lot of conversation samples. I've got all the kids in my lab helping as much as they can, but it's not enough. Amadeus is still in the research stage, and we can't just let anyone talk to it. So I want you, Lintaro, to help us, since you were her friend. I remembered they'd mentioned something about being a tester at the party, so this is what they were talking about. The professor and I will be staying in Japan for a while. We'd like you to be a tester while we're here. Yes, Lintaro. Your job will be talking to Kurisu. There's no real quota. Just talk to her when you feel like it. But twice a month, I want you to report on your testing to me and the professor. Oh, and I'm sorry, but we can't pay you. I want you to keep that in mind when you decide. And you know what? Points for being upfront and honest about not paying him. I'm aware that it's cruel to ask you to talk to an AI that's perfectly identical to your dead friend. Points for awareness. If you're not interested, feel free to turn us down. I remembered what it had felt like to talk to Kurisu. But the monitor was just about to turn off. This is what Kurisu had said. Let's talk again sometime, Rintaro Okabe. That's what I'd hoped for when I came here, wasn't it? I'll do it. Please let me do it. I thought I was ready when I accepted the job. But I never expected this. Phone call? Kurisu's calling?
Hi.
Hello? It's Makise. Never would have guessed. Thanks, Kurisu. Kurisu was displayed on the screen. Yes, it was Amadeus. The app the professor had given me allowed me to access the servers at Victor's Condria University from anywhere, 24 hours a day. I don't know why I said Victor's, but you know, whatever. App, short for application software, any software that can be used by downloading it to your OS. Wonderful. Of course you'll be able to contact Kurisu. But Kurisu will also sometimes contact you. When that happens, talk to her. This I hadn't predicted. I never thought she would call me. Or that her face would be displayed on the screen. Or should I have introduced myself with, "It's Christina"? Oh boy. She looked really mad. I could guess why. I had gotten 8 calls from Kurisu, and I ignored them all. Sir! Maho and Dr. Liskinen explained things, so I thought I'd call once myself to make a proper introduction, but I didn't expect you to refuse to pick up 8 times. Why aren't you saying anything? Talking to a realistic girl on my smartphone with so many people around was pretty embarrassing. Well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine, but... What's with you? I was sure this was my chance to talk more than usual. I feel like an idiot. Oh. Just know that during the test period, I'm always connected with you. That sentence. Contact me whenever you feel like it. I'm busy, so I don't know if I'll always be able to answer your calls. Man, what is this? More than that strangely polite, friendly Kurisu from yesterday. Angry. Stubborn. More curious than anyone. The way she seemed to be constantly challenging you. Anyway, goodbye. Why didn't you say anything, you fucking idiot? I realized this really was Kurisu Makase. This was the girl I spent those 3 weeks with, lab member 004, my assistant, Christina, aka Kurisu Makise. Her movements were a little more jerky than I'd seen on the computer in Dr. Lexington's office, but evidently that was because of the smartphone. This alone was enough to make me feel like my heart was being squeezed dry. I mean, same, frankly. I stood still, holding the smartphone tight. Kyoma! I mean, Okarin! What's wrong, Mia? She's so cute, I want to squeeze her little paw gloves. Oh, I'm coming. I thought to myself as I ran to catch up with the others. Maybe Dr. Lexington was right, and this test would be a very cruel thing for me. No shit, Sherlock. But even so, in my mind I was already starting to think about what I would talk about with Kurisu. And yes, Ferris's outfit is amazing. Maho Yaja was remembering. She was remembering the last night she'd spoken to Kurisu Makase in person. Seriously, why do I have to do this now of all times? That night, Kurisu was whispering to herself a lot. Victor Condra University's Brain Science Institute. Maho and Kurisu worked in the same room at the lab. Thus, Maho was forced to hear Kurisu's angry mumblings whether she wanted to or not. A little was fine, but she'd been acting like this all day, and it was keeping Maho from concentrating. She finally snapped and turned away from the paper she was writing. Hey, Kurisu. English was the language most commonly used at Victor Condra University. When the other staff and professors were around, she'd always use English. Though it was just her and Kurisu, Maho would often speak in Japanese. Would you stop it? What? Stop what? Kurisu stopped messing with her luggage and turned around. You're so loud that I can't concentrate. I need to turn this paper in by tomorrow. Was I talking to myself? Want me to see you for violating the local noise ordinance? Oh dear. Sorry. Kurisu apologized and started to scratch the back of her head. Maho decided to calm down by standing up and going to the shelf where the research notes were kept. There were several books she needed for her paper, but they were all up on the top shelf. Oh no. This must be someone's idea of a prank, she said, as she stared up at a heavy book. She decided to try and reach for it, but no matter how she stood on her toes, she came nowhere close. Her tiny little arm seemed to her like dead branches waving in the wind. She bit her lip. After she skipped grades to go to college and then come to work at this lab, she had more chances than ever before to hate her small stature. Whenever she walked outside after dark, the cops would stop her. Even with her ID, she couldn't get into bars, and buying medicine and alcohol at drugstores was a pain. The most humiliating part was that no matter where she went, everyone thought she was in middle school. Nobody believed her when she said she was 20. Everything in America was just too big. I'm glad that you enjoy the time of day, Doc. Shall I get that for you? Kurisu noticed the trouble Maho was having and came over. But Maho was stubborn and decided to pretend nothing was wrong. It's fine. I'm not having any problems. Sure you are. Am not. You're sure? I'm sure. But there's a book on the shelf I want too, so... Kurisu easily reached up to the highest shelf and grabbed the book Maho wanted. It must be nice to be tall. No, I'm not really that— oh. Kurisu covered her mouth when she realized she had said something she shouldn't have. Thanks. That was a big help. If you need something in Japan, tell me. I'll send it. I will. Thank you. Kurisu handed over the book as she spoke. And then suddenly, her eyes went wide and began to sparkle. Hey, Maho. About what we were just talking about. What were we just talking about? Talking to yourself. Huh? Oh. It looked like Kurisu had come up with a new idea. This was a regular occurrence for Kurisu, and Maho was used to it. Wouldn't that be proof that of a self? Huh? For Amadeus? Yes. Yeah, if she started talking to herself, I'd be pretty surprised. No matter how advanced an AI was, it wouldn't talk to itself unless you programmed it to do that. And there was no need, or even a point to a feature like that. If an AI started talking to itself, that might be a good indication that there was a self to talk to. But Maho hesitated to agree with her. You should watch what you say here. Don't forget there are a lot of people who think that a soul is something God gives to humanity. Thoughts. And that's right, isn't it? Kurisu's expression dimmed. Kurisu and Maho were both treated as heretics in the lab, especially since they were Japanese and women. Yeah. And Kurisu was simply too talented. Nobody ever actually did anything, but a lot of the older scientists were definitely avoiding her. Dr. Lux was the chief scientist, and the fact that he liked the two of them was all that let them do their research in peace. If the other scientists heard what Kurisu had just said, who knows what they'd do. Maho patted Kurisu on the shoulder. Well, go have a good time in Japan and refresh yourself. I'm still not happy about that. Why? I think you'll have fun. If I'm doing an exchange, it should be to a graduate school. Why high school? It has to be high school, right? By Japanese standards, you should still be in high school. Just accept the professor is doing something nice for you. Maho remembered what Dr. Listinin had said. Kurisu has a fragile personality. All the bickering in the lab is putting her under a lot of stress. She's at her limit. It might ruin her as a researcher. That's what the professor had said. He was really worried about her. And you have to go to Japan in July anyway, right? So it's perfect timing. Yeah. I'm actually kind of down about that too. The Akihabara Technoform. What, was that it? I'm still not used to giving lectures. I don't know what to do. Now that you're published in Science, expect a lot more of this. You need to practice. I'd rather not. Kurisu whispered to herself. Maho didn't like being around lots of other people either, so she knew how Kurisu felt. But there was a lot of scientists who wanted to be published in a major journal, and they go on to give public lectures. And she beat out so many of them to win that honor. People were jealous. She needed to fulfill her responsibilities, even just to shut them up. Maybe I'm not that much better, though. Maho silently laughed a little, and hated herself for doing it. Maybe I'm just as jealous as they are. That feeling, which was a little like fear, is something that she always felt. The girl in front of her was just that different from Macho. Macho? Maho. I'm fine. This is fine. Someone she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. Someone who'd surpassed everything she'd ever done almost instantly.
Senpai?
Maho? Kurisu was peering into her face, confused. Maho felt flustered. Are you meeting your dad in Japan? She'd heard that Kurisu's parents weren't divorced, but that they were separated. Her mom was still in America, and her dad was in Japan. After Maho said it, she wondered if that was too personal a question. But Kurisu smiled a little. Actually, I got an invitation from him. No, yeah. He's announcing a new theory this summer. I'm thinking of going to see the announcement. A new theory. Kurisu's smile changed into a small expression of consternation? What the fuck? Consternation. I haven't heard the details yet. I know it's got something to do with the theory of relativity. Science. The term theory of relativity refers to two theories published by Einstein, the special theory published in 1905, and the general theory in 1916. These are the source of the famous equation E equals mc squared. Special relativity makes clears up the following. Okay. Well, matter cannot exceed the speed of light. The closer you get to the speed of light, the slower time gets. If you reach the speed of light, time stops. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more your length decreases. If you reach the speed of light, your length becomes 0. The closer matter gets to the speed of light, the more its mass increases. If it reached the speed of light, its mass would become infinite. General relativity adds the following. Time slows down in the presence of a small gravity field. Space compresses in the presence of a strong gravity field. I'm not sure I read that right, but that's okay. Mass increases in the presence of a strong gravity field. Science. Yeah. Maho felt like she was hiding something, but didn't question her anymore. Anyway, take care. I'll be expecting presents. What do you want? Since you're going to Akihabara, why not something rare? You know a lot about Akihabara, right?
秋葉原
Huh? Why do you say that? Cause you're a weeb.
休憩時間によく
You're always
そういう
reading
サイ
those
ト見てる
sites
じゃん
during breaks. What?
まさか
Did Amadeus tell you
が喋
that?
ったんですか？
あの子はそんなこ
She
とし
wouldn't
ない
do
わ
that. Sometimes I'm right behind you and you're so busy watching videos that you don't even
動画に
notice.
夢中になっ
Oh
てて
no.
気づかないことがあるわよ
I can't believe you found out. Sam, my carelessness.
自分のうかつ
Her
さが
little
憎い
scream was very cute. Kurisu actually seemed upset for once. This really surprised Maho.
先輩
Maho,
お願いで
please,
す
don't tell the
どうか
others.
他の人たちには内密に。
別に
I
隠
don't
すこと
think
は
it's
な
really
いと思う
something
け
you
れ
need
ど
to hide, but the idea of sharing a secret with Kurisu made Maho happy.
分かった
Got it. I won't tell
言わないでおくわ。
anyone. Thanks so
助かります
much. Kurisu seemed genuinely relieved. Maho continued.
ね
Hey,
えあなたが日本から
once you
戻
get
って
back
き
from
たら
Japan, let's find out if
ア
Amadeus
マデウス
can talk to
独り言をつぶや
herself.
けるかどうか二人で決
Okay. Hello, Hifimichu. You're an hour and a half late. Where have you been? Shameful. Did I read that? Okay, I don't think so. Gomenya? This is why you were assigned Ferris on that one quiz. Anyways, okay. Kurisu had a very happy look on her face. It was the face of a born scientist, who loved to explore the unknown more than anything in the world. Her smile was as innocent as that of a child who'd just been given a new toy. It was very beautiful. And it was one of the reasons that Maho liked the younger researcher quite a bit. But the promise the two of them made would never be fulfilled. In fact, they would never even meet again. I felt like she was thinking about Kurisu more and more since she'd come to Japan. Maho didn't know if it was because she was in Japan, or because she was talking with the Amadeus Kurisu more often. Or maybe, was it because she met the young man named Runjaro Okabe?
私の知らないクリス
He
を
knows
知っ
things
てい
about
る
Kurisu
人
that I don't. Huh. Thinking back, the first day they met, she'd broken down and cried right in front of him. It was something she didn't really want to remember. She chased the memories away out of embarrassment.
さては岡部さんのこと
You
を
were
考えて
thinking
い
of
ましたね
Okabe, weren't you? That was a sound. She snapped her head toward the PC monitor. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Turnus. I hope you enjoy your stay and the chaos and dread and pain that is Steins Gate. Yep. Did I read this line? I don't remember. My memory is so fucking bad, man. She snapped her head toward the PC monitor. Maho was in the middle of a conversation with Kurisu.
ええそう
Yeah,
ね
that's right. She shrugged her shoulders and tried to ignore Kurisu's mischievous smile.
不思議だと思わない
Don't you think it's strange that Dr.
レスクネン教授が
Luxnin's got such a
岡部さん
high
のこと
opinion of
あ
him?
そこまで買っているなんて二度しか会ったこと
He
のない
handed
相
over
手
your
なのに
access rights to a
あなた
guy
に
he'd only
アクセ
met
ス権も渡して
twice.
しまったしあそこまで信
Is
用
it
して
really
いいのか
wise
し
to
ら
trust him so much?
誠実そうな人
He
でし
looked
た
like a nice person.
そう
Yeah. I can't tell if he
向
got
上心
any
があるのか
ambitions
な
or
いのか
not. I feel like I don't
少し
really
つかみどころ
understand
がない人
him.
だったわ
好きなんですか
Do you like him?
あなたね
Would you cut it out? Maho brought her face close to the monitor and glared. But Kurisu seemed unconcerned.
別に取り繕
There's no real need to hide it, is there? I can understand why you didn't want to say anything yesterday when he was right in front of you, but now it's just the two of us. Kurisu might not have looked like someone who would, but she really enjoyed the sort of gossip. Maybe girl talk was the right word. Maho sighed and sat back in her chair. The creaking sound echoed throughout the empty office. I really don't feel that way about him. I still don't even know who he is. I see. Well, that makes sense. Kurisu let the matter drop. This bothered Maho a little. But what does interest me? What is it? No, it's nothing. Maho had been spending a lot of time thinking about something since yesterday, to the point where she'd even put off her research. What kind of relationship was there between Kurisu and Okabe? It's very complicated. That's what it is. What was Kurisu feeling the days before she died? She would have liked to ask Okabe if she could. Maho, did my original and Okabe know each other? Maho shivered. It was as if Kurisu had been reading her mind. How could you tell? I came to that conclusion after listening to Okabe and hearing your response. It's all just circumstantial evidence. But do you want me to show my proof anyway? It's fine. Knowing you, the conclusion is perfect. The way they use words like proof in normal conversation showed that both Maho and Kurisu were scientists at heart. If he has memories of me that I don't possess, that's likely to cause problems with our conversations. I'll leave it up to you how to deal with it. Why is the cat meowing at the hole? Hello? Hello, sir. Would you like to watch Steins skate? You wanna come to my lap? Tyrion's in my lap. He's not in a good position to look at the monitor though. Ow! Okay. I guess he didn't want to be on my lap. I tried. I'll reread this because I don't think I did a good job reading it last time. I'll leave it up to you how to deal with it. He may bring it up, possibly. And if you want, you can ask him. Maho still didn't know if Okabe would even access Amadeus at all. They weren't forcing him to. Feigning ignorance is the same as lying, isn't it? It should be able to get some good data, I think. Meow! What is your issue? What does the hall have for you? Not really anything, I promise you, sir. Yes, it was interesting. But that was her opinion, as a researcher working on Amadeus. How would Rintaro Okabe feel about it? Would this be rubbing salt on the wounds in his heart? Maho realized she was getting much too sentimental. Maybe it's because I'm in Japan. It'd been a week since she'd arrived. The first thing she'd planned to do was offer flowers. That's sweet. That was a really late reply, Hifumi, but good to see you're alive. Or are you? Maybe you're just an AI. Are you Amadeus? You got to, I see. It's just in time for you to say goodnight. Fair enough. Sleep well, Catman. Thank you so much for popping in and staying. Yeah, I'm so good with words. Yes, until tomorrow. Please vote in the poll, by the way. It's currently tied with only 2 votes. So, moo. Moo indeed. You vote for number 3. You vote in the Discord, sir. I'm not gonna remember this. Anyways. Never. You literally voted last week, but you know. Yes, good night, good night. But she still couldn't bring herself to visit the Akihabara radio building, not station. The place where Kurisu had died. Understandable, have a nice day. An 8-story commercial building in the front of Akihabara Station. It contains lots of computer and hobby shops. On the 7th floor, there's a plate reading the birthplace of personal computing. Hello? Who was that? Who the fuck was that? The sun was setting earlier, now that December had arrived. Katsumi Nakase was surprised by how quickly it had gotten dark while she was out rummaging through the cosplay shops. This is one of Mayuri's friends, right? Yeah, cosplay, short for costume play, the act of dressing up in a costume. In Japan, a cosplay refers to dressing up as a character from an anime or manga, and people who cosplay are called cosplayers, or sometimes just layers. I never heard that before. Most cosplay costumes are handmade. I mean, I guess, yeah, back in 2010, that would be accurate. Yeah, layers. You're layers now. The wheeled suitcase on the ground next to her felt heavy. She'd done her best to jam everything she brought today inside, but it was bursting at the seams. Still, spending a whole day shopping with her cosplay friends is a lot of fun. I can't fucking read, Jesus fucking Christ. She felt tired, but it was a good tired. Her footsteps were light as she walked back to the station. Mayuri. Fubuki, you look like you're about to start skipping around, don't you? Ah, you can tell. It was so much fun doing all the shopping today. I'm so satisfied with what we got. Mayushi had a lot of fun shopping too, thanks to Fubuki. Thanks for coming. I'll do anything for you, Mayushi. Fubuki tried to grab her friend, Mayuri Shino, for a hug. Mayuri dodged out of the way. No, not the dodge. Mayuri may have looked like an airhead, but she was actually quite athletic. Yeah. Fubuki, by the way, was Katsumi's Nakase's cosplay name. Why was that a struggle? But okay, yeah, I remember Fubuki being mentioned in, like, the messages and whatnot. This bean, okay. Interesting. Katsumi was in her 2nd year of high school. She and Mayuri were the same age, but they were total opposites. Katsumi was boyish and athletic, and when she cosplayed as a male character, she attracted more female Kamiko than male ones. Kamiko. Those who appear en masse at cosplay and anime events and use expensive SLR cameras to take pictures of scantily clad cosplayers. The so-called low anglers, men who take upskirt pictures of cosplayers in Akihabara and at Komima, are not considered true Kamiko. True Kamiko must be a gentleman at all times. Interesting. You've heard that term. I'm not surprised. If anything, I'm surprised that I haven't, given what it is. Now we don't have to worry about Winter Komima, do we? Cons. Anyways. Fictional Comic Giga Market, an otaku festival held every year in August and December at Tokyo Big Sight. They're all cute. What a cute friend group. The four friends had gone to cosplay shops along Yagawaya, Maiden's Road, and Tokyo Hands and Ikebukuro. They moved to Akihabara and visited several more. Damn. That's a lot of shopping. Okay, Tokyo Hands, a fictional home improvement chain based out of Tokyo, but unlike much such stores, which have large buildings outside the city centers, Tokyo Hands has many department store-style buildings located around major train stations. Tokyo Hands stores often carry a wide variety of products, from professional-grade tools and materials to fishing and variety goods. Yes, Tokyo Hands, that's what it's called.
Hee Naya.
Thank you. Anyways, Maiden's Road, the name of a street near the east exit of Ikebukuro Station, has many doujinshi and anime merchandise stores for female-oriented anime, and is known as the mecca for female otaku. I feel like I didn't read that quite right, but I don't know how else
Tokyo
to read that.
Hands.
Okay. Are you enjoying the TTS, dear? Yugaiwaya, a large specialty store founded over 60 years ago that sells craft and hobby supplies, fabric, and trinkets. There are over 60 of them, mostly in eastern Japan, but also all around the country. Maybe. Kinda surprised no one's redeemed any of the cookies yet this stream. You guys have been tamed about that. This is all part of their final preparations for Winter Komima. Sure, but it's Mayuri doing almost all the work. Don't push yourself too hard, okay, Mayuri? Kaede sounded a little worried. Her real name was Kaede Kurishima, and she used her real name as her cosplay pseudonym. She was 3 years older than Katsumi and in college. Kaede was extremely feminine, and her measurements were just like the ones some magazine models claimed to have, but she was very shy. People had tried many times to persuade her to enter the pageant at her college, but she always refused, saying normal events are kind of scary. But even so, cosplaying a Komima with the rest of them was something she looked forward to. So why don't we all help Mayuri and make the outfits together this time? Amayuki proposed. She had very noble, elegant features, but the rest of her was easygoing and laid back. Though Katsumi was a fellow girl, she still thought Amayuki was beautiful. It's okay to be gay. Even her light blue, penetrating eyes lacked the arrogance that every beautiful woman usually possessed. They were filled instead with a friendly light. Her real name was Yuki Amane. Ah, okay, that's who Yuki Amane is. Yes, it is okay to be gay. She was a senior at Meiji University in the same club as Kaede. She was the oldest of the four. She'd once tried to give up cosplay and focus on job hunting. After just 6 months, she'd given up on work and gone back to costuming. Honestly, that's fair. But, job hunting, when an unemployed person is seeking employment, often used to refer to college kids looking for their first real, career-oriented job. I mean... Since then, she'd been spending more time with Katsumi and the others. Aw, you don't have to help me. Everyone smiled at her, but Mayuri quickly shook her head. You guys paid for more than half the cost of the supplies, right? That's enough to make Mayushi very happy. He's so cute. You're making our outfits, so we'd feel bad if we didn't pay. Yeah. You know, I've always wanted to make really neat outfits like you do.
ずっと思っ
Yep, yep. Mayoshi's outfits are always really high quality. I'm super grateful.
ね
You
ま
see?
ゆりちゃん
We really want to
ぜひ
help
手伝わ
Mayuri.
せてほしいな
Okay,
じゃあ
let's all make all of them together. Wait. Is she Susaha's mom? Yuki? Has Amane? Like, the last name matches. Huh. I'm pretty sure... Like, there's no way, like, they're not. Like, the hair color, like, the little... smile... Like, there's no way she's not. Like, come on. Did I read this? I don't remember. Okay, let's all make them together. Katsumi knew that it made Mayuri really happy when someone praised her cosplay outfits. Oh,
でも
but there's actually a favor I wanted to ask you
マユ
guys.
シーはみんなにお願いしたいことがあったのです
You really thought that we weren't gonna ever meet Suzaha's mom? Like, come on, be real with yourself.
お願い
A favor.
実は
You see. It would have made for a good running gag. I mean, yeah. I already told them about an event that had quickly become a mainstay of the Japanese holiday year.
クリスマスパーティー
We're having
を
a
開く
Christmas party, so Mayoshi was hoping that Yuki and Kaede and Fubuki could all come.
ぜひ来てほしいなって
You googled it? Did you google Hifumichu? Like, I know, it's just like... Their last names can't be the same and not that be the connection, you know? A Christmas party, huh? You had to check, yeah. Well, it's nice to be right sometimes. Well, I guess I was right from the very beginning, like, with Steins Gate 0, because I was like... Before I actually, like, started the game proper, it's like... Hang on. Like, why is it 0? Because, like, the divergence things and whatnot, so... Anyways. Yes, Mayuri does look very cozy. Yeah, can you come? I wanna go, I wanna go, I wanna go! Cute. Katsumi's only plan for Christmas Eve was dinner with her family, so she raised her hand instantly. None of her friends at school wanted to do anything that night. She'd been a little put out about that since it meant they all had boyfriends. I can go too. Kaede also nodded. But Yuki seemed a little hesitant.
私は
Dog, what the fuck? Brett, what is your problem? Brett. I don't know if I should go. Huh?
もしかして
Do you have plans?
制約があるのそりゃ
Well, of course the girl as pretty as Yuki's gonna have a ton of guys asking her out for a Christmas date.
山ほどいるでしょう
What?
そんな
That's
ことな
not
いよ
true.
そうなの
Really? Then I'll take you for myself. Oh my.
ふぶきちゃんとクリス
I'd
マ
rather
ス
go on
に
a
デート
Christmas
でき
date
る
with
な
you than do
ら
anything
他の
else in the
どんな
world,
予定よりも
Fubuki.
優先しちゃう
How do you end up with Daru? Anyways. Aw, I love you, Yuki. I thought you only cared about Mayuri.
一筋じゃなかったのマユシーだって
I love Mayushi and I love you
大好き
too.
だぜ
Cute. Yuki looking at Daru if I can fix him. You know what? Likely story. Katsumi quickly jumped over to Kaede and gave her a big hug. Kaede was soft and smelled good, and enduring this sort of sexual harassment was nothing new for her. What? What is the sentence I just read? Oh, and Yuki?
今度
Can you show Mayushi how to make a yummy quiche? Oh boy, quiche. Yeah, hugging is not sexual harassment, but like, maybe she did do something else in the hug. I don't fucking know. Quiche. A traditional French dish made by filling a pie crust with cream, cheese, eggs, meat, and vegetables, then cooking it to a flaky golden brown. Wow. I mean, yeah, it could be sexual harassment, but I'm pretty sure in this case it's not, since they're literally friends and just declared love to each other, like, you know. Anyways, Yuki was an excellent chef and had been teaching Mayuri a lot lately. Both Katsumi and Kaede would also occasionally participate in what they call old Yuki Amane's cooking lessons.
いいよ
Sure,
何の
what
キッシュ
kind
が
of
いい
quiche? Salmon quiche. If you know, you know.
うんとね
Hmm.
まゆしは
Mayushi thinks spinach and mushroom is
ほうれ
good.
ん草とマッシュルーム
That
がい
does
い
sound
な
pretty good. Will you actually give us a recipe game, please?
ハムとトマトとベーコンも
Ham,
美味しいよ
tomato, and bacon is good too, you know? I know you don't know, Spooky, which is why you're not part of the if you know, you know part. No, just thinking about it makes me drool. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure.
迷っちゃうのですそれじゃあ
Okay, then I'll teach you how to make both.
本当
Really? That's right.
そうだよね
Everyone would be happier if there were lots of different ones, right?
みんなも喜ぶもんね
もしかしてクリス
Is
マ
this
スパー
for
ティ
the
ー
Christmas
うん
party?
そう
Yep.
なのです
There's less than a month left,
あと1
so I
ヶ
want
月
to
も
learn
ない
it
け
in
ど
no time.
それまでにじゃあ特訓だ
Then we'll
ね
have to train
いつ
extra
にす
hard.
る
What do you want to do it? Tomorrow? Yeah, Mayushi's okay with that. Katsumi went over her schedule in her head.
あー
Aw,
明日か
tomorrow, huh?
私
I'm supposed to
友達
meet a
約束が
friend.
私はバイ
I've
ト
got work. Katsumi really wanted to go, so she was pretty disappointed. She would have loved the chance to eat one of Yuki's good quiches. As she thought about the quiche, her stomach began to rumble. Yeah, it's about time for dinner. Yuki and Mayuri worked out the time and place for their meetup.
場所は
The place I'm staying
私
is a
の
little
下宿
far
先だ
from
と
here,
ちょっと遠
so...
いから
ラボはどう
How
か
about the lab? Yeah,
いいよ
that's fine.
頑張って作り
I'll work hard and learn the recipe.
楽しいパーティー
I
に
hope
なる
it's a
といい
fun
ね
party. Yep, Mayushi's gonna make Santa
サンタ
outfits.
さんの
Will you
衣装
all
を
wear
作
them?
るからみんな
Wow, you're making even more outfits than the ones we need for Kamima?
まゆり
You're
ちゃん
really excited
気合い入
about
ってるね
this.
まゆしは
Mayushi is
やる気満
rare,
々だよ
raring to go, yep. Mm-hmm. Cute. Mayuri posed like she was cheering.
サンタ服なら
If you're making Santa outfits, I liked one with a cute miniskirt, and then some white knee socks and red boots.
赤いブーツとか合わせて
Say it like rearing. Okay. Huh?
楓ちゃん
That
は
would
いい
look
け
good
ど
on you, Kaede.
私そう
But do
い
you
うの
think it would
苦
look good
手
on
だ
me? Katsumi spoke to Mayuri and Yuki without any confidence in her voice. Roaring to go, yes. Like RAR files.
本当は可愛い
I know you
服
like
の
the
方
cute
が好きなく
outfits
せに
best. There was nothing Katsumi could say. She was right. It bothered Katsumi a lot that she looked like a boy. And she knew that sort of clothing didn't look right on her. Still, at heart, she was a young girl, and she wanted to wear cute clothes.
任せて任せて
Leave it to Mayushi. I'll make clothes that look great on
ふぶき
you.
ちゃんに似合うのちゃんと
Amazing.
作るから
F. You good, Spooky?
さすが俺の嫁
Oh, that's my bride. Marry me. Yeah, I could kind of tell you hit enter too soon, my guy. You're so silly, Fubuki. Did you hit enter too early again, my guy? Take it slow and steady, okay? Don't talk like Daru does. Oh dear. Ugh, getting compared to that perverted gentleman kind of hurts. Good. By the way, you're going to wear the Santa outfit too, right, Mayuri? What? Don't what? Me? You're cute. You should cosplay more. Agreed. But I just make the clothes. I don't wear them. Objection! That's a waste. That's what you meant. Effort. Aw, not you too, Fubuki. And what's more, I bet Okabe wants to see you in a cute cosplay outfit. Oh my. Huh? Okani? Yuki, this is an Ace Attorney. I need to show you guys the thumbnail for the upload. Hang on. I can show you guys. Come on. You guys aren't gonna be able to see the game screen for a moment. Hello. Things work, please. Thank you. I'll just add it here directly. Match. That is the thumbnail. He does say objection in that scene, so like, it was perfect. I'm glad you guys approve. Alright. Back to the game. Come on, game. Please. Just show that to die if you get the chance. Yeah. That. Hello. Thankies. I can't save the game anymore. Game, please. I didn't save. Yeah, bye. I shouldn't have showed you guys the thumbnail, because now the game is just a black screen. Oh no, indeed. Mistakes were made. I didn't save. Like, there were quick saves, so like it won't be that bad, but like, I didn't save. I wasn't expecting the game to just stop working because I left it, you know? I'm going to cry. I mean, yeah, you can see it, but I can't see it. I still can also hear it, but like, once again, I can't see it. It's just a black screen for me. And I'm pretty sure you guys are just seeing the last frame it showed. because, like, normally when it's minimized, you guys can't see it at all. Yeah, you can tell it's not live because the little 0 thing isn't floating around, so... Huh, it's back. It's back, guys. It's working again. Can you guys see the little thingy going around, like, next to Okarin, the little O thing? Can you guys still hear the game, too? Yay. Yay. Okay. Huh? Okarin? Mary made a weird noise as she heard that name. As soon as she heard the name. Okarin? Oh, Mayushi's boyfriend, right? Katsumi had met him many times. He was tall, but always looked pale and thin, and whenever he laughed, he seemed kind of sad. Yep. But from what Mayuri said, until just half a year ago, he had been a totally different person. She said he was haughty and arrogant, but also kind and a great leader. Mayuri was known to let her emotions influence her judgment, so Katsumi didn't know how much of that description was accurate. Yeah, no, it's pretty accurate. Mood. Mayuri started to freak out even more after hearing the word boyfriend. Fubuki, Okarin and Mayushi aren't like that, okay? Not in this roleline, anyway. Aw, come on. Nikki and Kaede weren't buying it either. Honestly, Okarin and Mayuri seemed more like an old wedded couple that had been together for years than boyfriend and girlfriend. Yeah, it would be weird in this world line. It's true. Okarin has somebody else he likes. What? Mayuri sounded totally unconcerned, which made Katsumi even more surprised. Is that true? Really? Yep. Who could have guessed? It was Yuki, the eldest, who spoke first. Sorry. Should we not have said anything? No, Mayushi and Okarin have childhood friends and get along great, so it's okay. I see. Mayuri's smile seemed very sad to Katsumi. She felt the sudden impulse to give her schoolmate a hug. Anyway. Mayuri smiled and walked over to Yuki, as if to blow away the awkwardness. So, what about you, Yuki? The song, yeah. Huh. Me? Yep. So are you spending Christmas with your boyfriend? I really don't have one. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it's from Animal Crossing. You're right. Really? You guys all have the wrong idea. I'm not that popular. Between you and me, I've never even had a boyfriend. And glances at Dory. Oh no, yeah. What? First Mayuri, then Yuki. Katsumi was stunned.
そうなんですか
Is that true?
そ
But I didn't think it would be that much of a surprise. Fubuki yelling at everything, yeah.
じゃあ
Then Yuki,
えっと
Mayuri started to fidget.
ダル
Hmm.
くんなんて
How about Daru? Maybe Mayuri. Huh?
星田さん
Hashida. Yep. Wait, where is this coming from, Mayushi? Hashida's a perverted gentleman.
士なんだよ
Still a gentleman.
ユキさんが
Who knows what he'll do to Yuki? That man that Katsumi and Kaede were insulting was Itaru Hashida, a college student and a member of Mayuri's club. He was a hardcore otaku, one of the hybrid types, who said he enjoyed both 2- and 3-dimensional girls. And, like Katsumi had said, he was a perverted gentleman. He would say perverse things all day, without the slightest shame. Whenever you told him he was a pervert, he would say, "No, I'm a perverted gentleman." He was a dangerous guy. Not really. But Yuki didn't seem bothered. She actually looked a little sad. Huh?
うーん
Hmm.
橋田さんはいい人
Hashida's a
だ
nice
けど
guy, but you
なん
know,
ていうか私みたいな子
I don't think he
あん
likes
まり
girls
好き
like
じゃないん
me.
だと思う
Do you have a crush on him? Anyways. What? Mayuri was shocked far above and beyond her usual limit. She was so surprised she let go of her suitcase's handle and let it fall to the ground. And instead of picking it up, she started talking frantically. That's not true. Daru is, he really likes you. I'm sure of it. Mayushi guarantees it. Moi moi kyun da yo.
夏コミまで初めて
Remember how he acted when we met him at Summer Komima? I can read. Yuki had met Mayuri 4 months ago at Summer Komima. Katsumi and Kaede had come wearing outfits Mayuri made. Kaede found Yuki at the convention hall, all by herself, and they met up. Afterward, they had gone to a party, where she'd met Mayuri's friend Itaru Hashida. Katsumi had definitely witnessed Yuki and Itaru having a friendly conversation. Ever since then, Yuki and Mayuri and Daru had become friends, and Yuki had started going to Mayuri's club, the Future Gadget Laboratory. In other words, Yuki and Itaru had been talking ever since Summer Komima. But still, Yuki chuckled sadly and shook her head.
ふん見
No,
てればわか
I
るよ
can tell.
な
He's
んとなく
avoiding
避
me.
けられてるなってクリスマスパーティーも
So I'm thinking it's probably best if I don't
私
go
は
to
行
the
かない方
Christmas
がいいん
party.
じゃないかなって思って
What, you don't want to meet your daughter?
う
No.
ー橋田さんは
I think Hashida likes girls who are more like,
妹系
oh,
の
a
女の
little
子が
sister?
タイプじゃないのかなしかも
A little sister who's really strong-willed and who
お兄
bosses
ちゃん
her
を
big
尻
brother
に敷い
around.
ちゃうような妹
His type is Ferris, as far as we know.
うーん
Aww.
例えば
Like, maybe Suzaha? No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Not at all. No. Bad. In her defense, she doesn't know. But no. That's... For some reason, Mari looked like she was about to cry. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't bring herself to. Her lips were quivering. I mean, you can't just tell your friends abruptly that one of your other friends is a time traveler and that Daru is her father. Like, you can't just mention that.
まゆりちゃん
Mayuri? It's nothing.
なんでもないのです。
But it certainly didn't look like nothing. Katsumi couldn't bear to watch her anymore, and so she gave in to her impulses. Mayushi, don't make that face. You look cutest when you smile. Technically, two other friends are time travelers. I mean, yeah. True. That is indeed true. But they don't know all the shit that Rintaro's gone through, so... At least I don't think so. Come on. If you don't smile, I'll tickle you. Tickle, 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 tickle. Stop. Anyways. Katsumi snuck behind Mayuri and started to tickle her under her arms. Still explaining all of that, especially when you probably can't comprehend most of it, like oof, yeah. You give up? Oh, Fubuki. You're so mean. You're too cute, Mayushi. Yep. Mayuri was laughing so hard she was crying, and this time Katsumi succeeded in giving her a hug. Even though they were in public, she started rubbing her cheek against her. Mayushi, I like you. I love you. Oh dear. Hey, Fubuki. I want to take you home and lick you for— what the fuck? But that would be really bad. I don't care if it's bad. Marry me. Jesus. I can't do that. Mayuri tried to run away, but Fubuki grabbed her and started to kiss her all over. Alright. Well, that's over. I'm kind of tired. That's Mayushi's line. In the end, Katsumi kept clinging to Mayuri until they reached the station. She felt a lot better, but catching Mayuri when she tried to escape used up a lot of her energy. Yeah, they truly are millennial otakus. Either way, now that she was satisfied... excuse? She shuddered and turned back towards Mayuri as an image came into her mind from out of nowhere. Hey, Mayushi. What is it? Let's cosplay together at Winter Komima, okay? I told you before, right? For Winter Komima, Mayushi is just going to make things. That's fine. Just make sure you come to Winter Komima with the three of us, okay? Of course. That's what we did all this shopping for, right? Yeah, but still, it's a promise, okay? Yeah, it's a promise. Mayuri and Yuki split up with them in front of the station since they were taking a different train. Bye bye. Good night, Mayuri, Yuki. Bye. Do-do-do. Bye bye. Katsumi stood still and watched the two of them until they were out of sight. She felt like she was about to cry and looked up to stop the tears from falling. Fubuki. Huh? Kaede was standing next to her, looking worried. What's wrong? I'm sorry. It's nothing. It's not nothing. Is there something going on with Mayuri? Please, tell me. Even after Kaede asked, Katsumi wasn't sure she should tell her. There was no way she'd believe it anyway. You were more hyper than usual today. It felt really forced. You noticed? Of course I did. Katsumi and Kaede had known each other for 2 years. Since their ages were so different, they treated each other like an older and younger sister. So at times like this, Kaede was really sharp. Kaede didn't talk much, but that meant she paid a lot of attention to the people around her. Part of it was also that Katsumi wasn't good at hiding things. She just couldn't lie to Kaede no matter what. She gave up and decided to say it. Mayushi. Yeah? She's going to die. What? What? What do you mean? Katsumi remembered the nightmares and the things she kept saying no matter how much she didn't want to. I have these dreams. Dreams. They started in summer, I think. Every night I have dreams about Mayushi dying. Each time you and I are there crying and crying. But there's nothing we can do. The one I had last night was the worst. She just collapses right in front of us, and she stops moving. Putting is screaming and holding her. Yep. He's screaming so loud. What happened to me? Why do I keep having these dreams? I wish I knew. Calm down, Hikubuki. It's probably just because you're tired. Is it? Is it really? You saw Mayuri today. She was fine, right? Kaede gave Katsumi a gentle shoulder hug. So it's okay. I don't want Mayushi to die. That's impossible. It won't happen. Ever. I mean... Ever. Oh dear. Okay. Kaede's word made Katsumi calm down a little. She was glad to have an older friend like this. Anyway, it's just your imagination. There's no way something that awful could happen. Her hand squeezed Katsumi's shoulder tightly. Being held like this made Katsumi feel a lot better. Sorry for being weird. But that night she had the nightmares again. Oh, Suza has perspective now. It's very interesting that this is being in more perspectives than just Okabe's. Suzaha Amane was about to run out of patience. Fair. The cause was the young man in the room with her, her father. Also fair. Itaru Hashida, aka Daru, his massively obese body was leaning forward over a computer monitor, and he had a dopey grin on his face. Oh boy. He'd finally gotten up around 11 a.m., gulped down 3 cups of instant ramen, and now was surfing with the internet. That is a lot of ramen at once. Mm-hmm. Oh. What? Wait, normies must die pee and Parthenon are husband and wife? Nobody told me about this. How do you eat that much ramen? To be fair, he is large. Big stomach? Oh. Parthenon, fictional, a female freelance illustrator. She primarily does illustrations for Nikoniya video and Vocalo songs, and is mostly popular with young women. Parthenon. I'm not sure what that would be a play on in particular. I could figure that this was gonna be a Vocaloid producer though, because of the P though. Vocalo, huh? Yep, Vocalo. Oh, but anyways, Normies Must Die P, a Vocalo producer. 2 of his videos have exceeded over 1 million views. Popular for the unique worlds he builds with his lyrics, as his name suggests. Many of his songs criticize normies or criticize himself for not having any friends. His songs are a source of support for viewers in similar dire straits. His songs always feature images by the same illustrator, Parthenon, and her cute illustrations are another source of popularity. Is he just an illustrator? Oh yeah, that's what she said. Interesting, interesting. And wait, his handle is Normies Must Die, but he's a normal. He's got a wife. That's not fair. I feel like this is maybe a parody of a real event, but I don't know who or when. Yeah, I don't either. I thought he was on the side of us loners. This means war. It's trolling time. Oh dear. Whoa. Today I learned that Atchin and Tweeter are already pissed off. Not Tweeter. The name of microblogging software app allows for tweets up to 140 characters in length. Tweets from other users you follow can be viewed in a timeline, allowing for it to be used as a chat program. Daru is strangeable. Oh, strangleable. Both are accurate, but yes, he is very strangleable. He should die a little, right? That was the thing that was said. I missed the boat. I need to go back and look at the timeline again. Yes, he should die a little. Dad. Yes. I like that he responds to that. That's how Suzuha called her father. It's who he was, after all, so there was nothing else to call him. Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036. At 7 years from now, he would become her father. Stop screwing around. All you ever do is lie around and eat, or look at the internet, or play video games. I told you that nothing but instant noodles and snacks will make you sick, but that's still all you ever eat. In fact, his PC desk was covered with snacks. She cleaned it regularly, but it never seemed to make a difference. And I keep telling you to exercise, but you never do. Suzuha realized she was complaining more than usual, but she had to say it anyway. At this rate, in the future. And then she realized that Yutaro wasn't even listening to her. God damn it, Daru. His eyes were fixed on the computer monitor. He moved his mouse out of sight, but she could still hear him clicking it. Listen to me. Suzuha approached her father from behind and put the hairspray can she'd been hiding up to his neck. Not the hairspray. Itaro seemed to think it was a gun. He stuck his hands up. Oh dear. That's like this worked. They worked because she told him that she'd survived the Third World War and the wars and chaos of 2036, and that she was ready to draw a gun and pull the trigger whenever she needed to. Suzuha, if you don't stop, Daddy's gonna get mad. Oh dear. I'm getting mad at you right now. Right, sorry. But you know about my secret job, right? I'm pretty busy with that. When you're as good a hacker as I am, there are always a ton of offers. I don't have time to eat real food, right? And there's the time difference with overseas clients, so sometimes I'm like up all night. I don't know if they recast him or something, but his voice is more annoying. I don't think so, but you could probably check on behind the voice actors or whatever else. In the future, you used to say that all the time, and then mom would always get mad at you. Even if, for the sake of the argument, we can't do anything about your sleep schedule, I can't let you keep eating all this unhealthy food. You'll stop immediately. Got it? Yeah, I do think it is more nasally, like you said, but I'm not sure it'd be a different cast member, you know? But works hard, and so is the time machine research. I need to relax. Yeah. You just use that as an excuse to slack off. You're being a spoiled brat, Dad. Yeah, I think Spooky's right, but who knows? Not I. Suzuho is always amazed that her dad managed to survive the future's wars. Same. But since the time machine research would affect the future, and eventually Suzuho's very presence here, she couldn't tell him to stop. Even after Rintaro Okabe stopped coming to the future gadget lab, Itaruhu kept working on the time machine all by himself. Suzuha never said a word about it. If she did, it might create a time paradox. Just remember, you can't examine the time machine that came from the future to build your own. She decided to warn him again. I know that, but sometimes I lose confidence. Can I really make a time machine? Of course you can. Hang in there. Okay. Suzuha took the hairspray can, off his neck. Hey, I was sure that was a gun and it wasn't. How can you trick your own dad? I'll use a real one next time, okay? Please don't. Suzuha put the can of hairspray back on the shelf. It was something Rintaro Okabe had left here when he'd lived in the lab. It was still here, since its owner never came back for it. You know, in manga and video games, it's always really cute when a girl scolds her dad. Is it? Suzuha. Can you try to say, "Aw, jeez, don't do that, Papa," in a really sweet voice if you can? Please, sir. He's just looking for a source of moe. Yeah, same VA. That's what I'm thinking too. Never mind. Her dad shrank from Suzuha's glare. Suzuha sighed loudly and dropped herself on the sofa. She leaned back against the headrest and stared at the ceiling, then closed her eyes. What's wrong? It's nothing. He reminds me of Richard Watterson from Gumball whenever he needs to learn a lesson for the episode. Oh, that's, the dad, right? Honestly, I can kind of hear it in the voice, which is a problem. You can't hide it from me. When you say it's nothing, that means I want you to listen to me, right? Huh? Come on, tell me. Dari sounded very serious. Yeah, he does have a brain cell sometimes. I mean, how else is he supposed to make a time machine? Especially without Kurisu. Suzuha's eyes went wide for a moment, but then she realized. That line. That was in the girl game you were playing earlier, wasn't it? That's the phrase that triggers the flag, right? Yep, I know what the flag is, but let's read it anyways. Computer game lingo, a type of foreshadowing that means a common trope is about to occur. For example, an X flag means that sometime in the future, X will happen. Death flags and love flags are common examples. Yep. We're gonna talk about ultimate game terms now. Yep. Of course. Actually, Suzuha isn't too different from Anai's, now that I think about it. Are you still comparing them to Gumball? Okay. Well, if you find an appropriate clip of Anais and, like, her dad interacting that would be very applicable to Suzuha and Daru, I might do something with that. But you have to find it. I'm not gonna go on my way to look for it. She'd been living here for 3 months. She was starting to learn a little about Akihabara's culture circa 2010. Oh, and if you actually do, post it in the Steins channel. So that way it doesn't get lost. Anyways. Dad, you better not be thinking about trying to take my route, okay? Yeah, please, please, no. No, 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 no. Bad, 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 bad. I'm not. I wouldn't do that to my own daughter. Thank God. Really? I always wondered about you in the future. Oh dear. Huh. Even after I hit puberty, you always kept asking me to take baths with you. Oh dear. You misread Gonka's Grunk. Oh dear. What? That's scary. The fact that Daru calls himself scary is special. I was in the military and you're always working on the time machine, so we couldn't always be together. But you always got huggy around me. It was honestly kind of obnoxious. Her dad looked honestly depressed, and she realized that she'd gone too far. You always said to me, you know, this is the worst worldline possible, but your birth was the best thing that could have happened. Aww. I don't want to disappoint the future you, Dad, so I need to convince Uncle Okurin, no matter what. That's cute. I really have to go to the bathroom, so you guys are gonna have to hang on, and I'm just gonna leave it here, okay? Bye. What do you mean, good thing this isn't a Hiraka U stream? Would people be going feral or something? Ah, piss. Fair enough. But anyways, I am back. I hope you guys are still here. I imagine yes, but you know. Anyways. I hope I wasn't gone for too long. I wasn't exactly keeping track of how long I was away. Anywho's. It's okay. I'll never be disappointed.
そうかな。
Really? Thank you for the head pats. Appreciate.
うん
Yeah,
けどね、
but
おじ
Uncle,
さんは
he just won't listen
どう
to
しても
me.
話を聞いてくれないよ。
うーん
このままじゃ
He's not going
おじ
back
さ
to
ん
the
は過
past
去へ
like
行かない
this. He won't
マ
rescue
キセクリス
Kurisu
を救出し
Makise,
ない。
and he won't reach
シュタインズゲ
Steins
ートにも到達しない。
Gate. That was the name of the mysterious world line her dad had told her about in 2036, where World War III might not occur. Mouse. Thank you. Leading Rintaro Okabe to that world line was her mission. But right now, it wasn't going well. Suzuha had come to 2010, and just like the mission had called for, she succeeded in sending Rintaro Okabe to July 28th. But then he'd failed, and he wasn't going to try again. Every time they met, she tried to convince him, but who knew if her words were having any effect?
結局、
In the end,
第三次世
the
界
world
大
line
戦
will
に
converge into
世
the
界
Third
線が収
World
束し
War,
て
and many people
大勢
will
の
be
人たち
killed.
が殺戮される。
I came here to change that,
それを変えるた
but
めに
maybe
私は
fate
来たの
says
に
that I can't.
何もできない運命。
Suza had something else she had to do here in Akihabara in December 2010, besides convincing Rintaro Okabe, and it meant she was running around every day. The exhaustion was starting to take its toll on her. During the war, she'd been able to keep herself sharp at all times, and this level of exhaustion wouldn't have meant anything. The relaxed atmosphere of 2010 was actually making her realize how tired she was. She was feeling very sleepy right now, actually. She's surprised at how willing she was to fall asleep in such an undefended position, but she didn't think she could beat the temptation. And then suddenly she felt something extremely cold on the back of her neck. Is it a dock pee? She snapped awake in an instant. Her movements after that were lightning quick. She jumped up and slid behind the massive body in front of her, which obviously belonged to Itaru, then grabbed his arm and twisted as she dropped him to the floor. She went to draw the gun at her hip, and her hand to swipe through empty air. And then she came back to reality. Her gun was hidden. She wasn't carrying it. This isn't 2036. Poor Itaru. 2 cans of Dr. P clattered to the floor. That must have been what he'd put on her neck. I called it. What are you doing, Dad? Getting you back. I was half asleep, so I almost killed you. What? I've told you. That's how I've been trained. That could have turned out really badly for you. Fine, just let me go. This really hurts. No, sheesh. Suzuha let her dad go. Father, whatever. Ow. Itaru rubbed his arm and stood up, then grabbed the cans of Doc P off the floor. He offered one to Suzuha. Anyway, giving up too soon. Keep at it a little longer. I keep saying Mataku to myself lately. Oh dear. I think Okarin's just tired and sleeping. Put some cold Doc P onto his line like I did. He'll up. Oh dear. I mean, it's all good we're talking about.
うん
Yeah. She realized her dad was trying to cheer her up and nodded. Then she heard footsteps coming up the stairs and some slightly off-key humming. Same. Their eyes met. Just the sound was enough to tell them who it was. Hi, Suzuha.
オキドキ
Okie dokie. Suzuha moved fast. Maybe even faster than when she knocked her father to the ground. She quickly and silently jumped behind the curtain that separated the lab's development room from the rest of it. Just as she hid beneath the desk, there was a knock at the door. Hello? Suzuha knew that voice, of course. It was her mom. She could tell from the noises that he was making that her dad was panicking. There was another knock. Mayuri? Right, I'm coming. Itaru went to open the door. Suzuha took a deep breath and concentrated her mind. She remembered the time she'd spent 3 days and 3 nights on a battlefield with no food and nothing to drink, constantly aiming her rifle at the target. She erased any trace of her presence that could give her away. Her breathing started to become shallow. Dad, don't screw this up, okay? Amanishi, you're meeting Mayashi today? Itaru came back into the room with the girl.
はい
Yes,
お料理
we
の
were supposed to
特訓をする
practice
ことに
cooking
なっている
together.
んですけど
I feel like I kinda spoiled us by connecting the dots as fast as I did. Sorry, guys. Because we would have all had a moment here otherwise. They're honestly pretty cute side by side like this, not gonna lie. Yes, we were supposed to practice cooking together. She could hear plastic bags rustling. She must have bought the ingredients. Mayashi's not here yet.
そうですか
I see.
ちょっと
Maybe
来
I'm
る
a
の
little
早
too
かったか
early.
な
Niki Amane. Just as the name Anime suggested, she was Suzuha's mother in the future. In other words, the two of them in the other room were supposed to get married. Well, if you two were supposed to meet, I'm sure she'll get here eventually, right?
待っていてもいいです
Can
か
I wait here? Of course. You're gonna be cooking here, right?
はい
Yes.
橋田
I
さん
hope
も
you'll do some
ぜひ
taste
味見
testing
し
for
て
us,
くださいね
Hashida. I don't know if I want to eat Mayoshi's cooking. Oh, don't be mean.
大丈夫ですよ
Don't worry. Mayuri's gotten a lot
すごく
better
上達
lately.
してるんですから
Itaru was clearly nervous. As far as Suzuha knew, the only girl he acted that way around was Yuki Amane. Oh. Suzuha and Mayuri were practically family, and he got along fine with big sister Rumi, Ferris Nyan Nyan, who worked at the maid cafe next door. So it wasn't that he didn't know how to act around girls. But for some reason, he always acted different when she was around. She told him that Yuki would be his wife someday. What the fuck words? It was too late to do anything about it now, but maybe that was a mistake, she thought.
あの
Um,
今日は
Is your
妹さん
sister
は
not here
お留守
today?
ですか
Yeah,
そうですか
I see. Itaru Hashida's sister was none other than Suzuha herself. Around the same time Suzuha started spending all her time in the lab, Yuki had become friends with Mayuri and Itaru, and began visiting more frequently. Which meant that avoiding her was almost impossible, and so she was forced to tell Yuki that she was Itaru's little sister. But still, she wanted to keep contact to a minimum in order to keep Yuki from finding out somehow. That was why she was hiding. Oh, right. What do you think of this outfit? I just bought it.
買ったんですけど
Yuki showed no signs of noticing Suzuha. She was strolling around in the center of the room, as if she was at a fashion show. Yuki was a cosplayer, and wanted as many people as possible to see her dressed up. Mayuri had told Suzuha this once before. Yeah, the little spin is really cute. In fact, Yuki and Mayuri spent a lot of time complimenting each other's outfits. Yep, it's great. Really great.
本当ですか？
Really? It's like, whoa, an angel for the win.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
橋田さんも
You should dress up too, Hashida. Just lose a tiny bit of weight, and I think you'd look wonderful.
私
I'm serious, you know. Uh-oh. Hitaru Hashida and Yuki ominate. As she listened to their awkward conversation, Suzuha remembered the last time she'd said goodbye to her dad. Oh, 2036 now. Wow.
父さん
Dad, the peacekeeping squads have reached Manasebashi. Mansebashi? No. One of the bridges on the south side of Akihabara that crosses over the Kanda River. The original Mansebashi was built in a different spot. When new Mansebashi Bridge was built in its current location, the old bridge became known as Old Mansebashi, until it was taken down altogether in 1906. The bridge only came into its current arch shape after several rebuildings, including one after the Great Kanto earthquake. Interesting. Which means it's only a matter of time until they find this place. I guess the false information I leaked didn't do us any good.
急ごう
Let's hurry. Yeah, I'm opening it up.
すごい
Wow,
こん
I
な
had
と
no
ころに
idea there was a
扉が
door
あったな
here.
んて
Nobody will ever find
こ
this,
れな
huh?
ら誰にも見つからないね
Come on inside.
ここって
What is this place? Who's that? The room was almost totally empty, uncovered from top to bottom in soundproofing materials. Not only were there no windows, there wasn't even a door to the hallway. The building they were in was once a symbol of old Akihabara, before it was almost entirely destroyed by an air raid during the last days of the Third World War. Why is the tiny could see in the future? I don't know. Only a few people knew about the secret room inside it. The biggest reason was its secret. The silhouette of what looked like a satellite, sitting in the corner. Oh,
これ
this is the time machine, isn't it?
タイムマシンだよねこれが
This is the time machine? Girl, you don't say.
かがり
Kagari.
危ないからあんまり
It's
近づ
dangerous,
く
so
な
don't get too close. I'm guessing her name's Kagari. Suzuha spoke to the little girl clutching Mayuri's hand. Most of the children in this area had skin inflammation somewhere on their body from all the radioactive rain, but she didn't. Interesting. Her name was Kagari Shina. So, Mayuri's child? Her registration form said she was 10 years old, but no one knew if that was true. She was an orphan who'd lost her parents in the Tokyo air raids when she was a baby. Nobody even knew her birthday. Aww. The name Kagari had been given to her by Mayuri, who was working at the child welfare center that had taken her in. That's kinda cute. She took it from the word Kagaribi, meaning bonfire, and hoped that she would be a light even in these dark days. Aww. It had been 4 years since Mayuri had adopted her, and her name on the registration form had become Kagari Shina.
綺麗だね
It's pretty, mommy. Aww.
そう
Yeah,
ね
it is. Suzuha motioned for the Shinas to step back and put her right hand and right eye up to the time machine sensor. The biometrics checked cleared and the hatch slid open. Biometric, the use of fingerprints, voice recognition, vein/iris scanning, etc. instead of a password. Vein scanning I've never heard of before now, so that's interesting. She went inside and fastened herself into the seat. We've never done a man jump off of this length before, but the technology is just fine. Just do it like the test jumps.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. You also haven't heard of vein scanning. Interesting. Suzuha began to flip switches, working her way through the startup procedure. She practiced it hundreds of times in preparation for this day. The faint rumble from the machine began to get louder. According to the data, the spot we're in now was the roof of the old radio building. There's a gap of about a meter, so when you land there's going to be an impact.
了解。
Roger. Oh, is that why? And some of them the thing broke? Doesn't sound too reliable or secure at first thought, but don't look up how unique fingerprints actually are. I mean, yeah. The time machine can move through time, but not space. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, not 600, Jesus fucking Christ. To arrive at the radio building more than 60 years in the past, you need to launch from right here. Even if something happens, stay calm. Remember your training.
大丈夫だよ。
I'll be fine.
私は
I
父
believe
さん
in
の
your
マシン
machine,
を
Dad.
信じてるから。
Her words must have meant a lot to him, because he stuck out his lips toward her. She squished them back with her hands.
気持ち悪い。
Yeah, I read it wrong. Like, really wrong. I don't know how I added that extra 0. That's creepy. That makes me sad. Do you not like your daddy, Suzuha?
父さんがやると
When you do it, it
なんか
seems like
下
you
心
mean
があ
something
るみたいだ
else.
から
Come on. I want to think of my own daughter that way. Okay, thank God. I feel bad for doubting daughters since he's very adamant about this, but like, you know. Steins Gate Halo crossover event, oh dear.
最近母さんに似てきたハスハス。
So who was it who was saying you're starting to remind me of your mother, Pant? Oh dear. Your mother wasn't here. She'd become a victim of the war, brutally killed by the peacekeeping squads. Don't take my joke seriously, please.
なんだ
What?
冗談
It
だっ
was
た
a
の
joke? Suzuha's voice sounded kind of disappointed. She's at the destination for August 13th, 1975. Her first mission was there.
これでよし。
That does it.
それじゃあ
Okay,
父さん
Dad. Mayu.
まゆ姉さん
She was about to say her goodbyes, but then... I don't like a but then. That was from the roof. They're coming in. Damn it. They're faster than I thought. Suzuha drew her gun from her holster. She was about to get out of the time machine, but her dad stopped her. No, just go. But you'll be fine. Just go, Suzuha. No, I can't. Mayushi, get Kaguri in there. Huh? There's room for another person in here. Mayuri and Suzuha's father picked up the stunned Kaguri and stuffed her into the time machine. Suzu, take care of Kaguri.
わかった
Okay. If Suzuha's mission succeeded, the world line would be rebuilt, and it was likely that the present Kaguri would cease to exist. It might have been pointless to send her. But even so, a mother wants her child to live. That's how Suzuha's mom was too. Mommy? Oh no. Kaguri finally seemed to understand what was going on. She called out to her mom. No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna go. It's okay, Kagari. Susie's with you,
す
okay?
ずちゃんが一緒だから。
No, I want to go with you.
過去へ行けば
If you go to the past,
昔
you'll
の
see the
ママ
old
がいる
me.
よ。
I'll be a lot younger than I am now.
ずーっと
I bet you'll be surprised.
かがりちゃんびっくりするだろうな。
Mayuri handed Kaguri a tiny keychain. It's gonna be an Upa, isn't it? It looked old. It may have been a brightly colored green once, but now it's completely faded.
ママがずっと大切にしてきた。
This is Mommy's Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it,
かがり
okay?
ちゃんにあげる。
The Upa. Fictional, the mascot character of the Rainet Kakaru anime, a dog-like virtual pet with an egg-shaped cylindrical body and short stubby arms and legs. Comes in many different colors. It can't talk, but it can communicate by crying Upa or Upa. Amazing.
大事にしてね。
Once it was pressed firmly into Kaguri's hand, she stepped back. Mayuri was smiling but weeping at the same time. Yeah, same. Like, at least a Tanuki, you know? No, I don't want to go. I want to stay with you, Mama. Mama.
ダメ。
No.
かがり。
Kagari,
お
be
となし
quiet.
くしてなさい。
Damn. Kagari fell silent immediately. Even Suzuha never heard Mayuri use that tone of voice. That's how harshly she scolded her daughter. I thought for sure it was the panda version of the Haru assistant Vods from Gundam. Oh. Kagari was quietly weeping, unmoving,
閉めるぞ。
and closing the hatch. This time, the hatch really did begin to close. Mostly because of the shape. Yeah, that's fair. The inside of the machine and the outside of it. The two worlds were about to be completely cut off from one another. Whether Suzuha's mission was successful or not, she would probably never see any of them again. Suzu, make sure you take care of Kagari. And tell Okarin that Steins Gate really exists. Tell him, don't give up no matter what, you moron.
オキドキ
Okie dokie. And then the door was sealed shut, and Mayuri and Itaru's voices disappeared along with the chaos outside.
父さん
Dad,
大
I
好き
love you. She whispered towards the door, now sealed shut.
行くよ
Let's
Kagari.
go, Kagari. To the
Kakui.
past. She booted up the time machine.
橋田さん掃除機はどこ
Hashida, where's the vacuum? Oh no. Suzuha snapped back to reality. Yuki was getting closer to the development room she was hiding in. It's right behind the curtain. Oh crap.
この奥
Behind the curtain. I'll get it. Itaru motioned for her to stop and then quickly slid into the room. As he reached down to pick up the vacuum off the floor, his gaze locked with Suzuha's as she hid under the desk.
バレないようにし
Make
て
sure
よ
she doesn't
父
find
さん
out, Dad.
オキド
Okie dokie. Runs in the family.
ありましたか
Did you
掃除
find the
機
vacuum?
あ、
Oh, yes. Evidently, Yuki was trying to be nice by cleaning up. The place was pretty messy right now. Knowing Yuki's personality, Suzuha could imagine she'd want to clean it. Itaru grabbed what looked like a vacuum cleaner off the floor and left to the development room.
何ですか
What is that thing?
未来ガジェット
Future gadget number 5. Feature gadget number 5. Once again, I've made a worthless object by going on. The future gadget of your dreams, made by connecting a dryer and a vacuum. It uses the exhaust from the vacuum in the dryer. The name comes from the famous anime about a phantom thief, Loop Pants the Third. Yes, Loop Pants the Third. If you take it apart, you can use it as a normal vacuum. A vacuum's supposed to clean. If you take it apart, won't that just make more of a mess? You're so smart, Hashida. But sometimes you can be so silly. Yeah, that is just a silly little guy. Okay, maybe not so little, but still a silly guy. You think so? But you know, I like people like that. Mm-hmm. But, did you say? He thought he started to panic again, and Suzuha sighed. Yeah, silly big guy. But I think you do need to reconsider the way you live. Consider the way you live, oh my. You should clean every day if you can. This place gets really dusty. And that's not all. There's also what you eat. You had instant ramen again today, didn't you? How did you know? There was a half-eaten cup of ramen in the kitchen. I see. And look at all these snacks. I tell you all the time you eat too much. Us, we are the silly guys, oh dear. I do try to watch it, you know. Trying isn't good enough. If you keep eating nothing but cup noodles and snacks, you're gonna get sick, okay? Also, you need to exercise a little. Miki Amane was saying the exact same thing that Suzuha had just said. Perhaps they really were mother and child. Suzuha was just beginning to feel a little homesick when she sensed another visitor approaching. Do-do-do. The door to the lab opened, and a greeting she heard many times before resounded throughout the room. Sorry, Yuki. I'm a little late. It was Mayuri, coming to see Yuki. But... there was another presence there, too. Hi there, Mayuri. I see Okabe's with you. Huh? No, Okorin. It's been forever, man. Oh, yeah, it has. It feels so wrong seeing him as a sprite. Like, shouldn't be allowed, you know? When she heard his voice, Suzuha ground her teeth a little. Oh, now we're in his perspective. Interesting. What did he say? Didn't you hear me? I said it was interesting. You're not going to tell me you want to go, are you? I'd love to. I shouldn't have told you. I was standing in the middle of Ikebukuro with a smartphone in one hand, staring up at the sky. I've been trying to talk to the Amadeus Kirisi as much as possible lately. Sometimes I would contact her, and sometimes Kirisi would contact me. It didn't feel any different than having a friend who lived in the real world. Talking on a smartphone in a crowded place like this was a little embarrassing, but I told myself that compared to the things I used to do, it was nothing. Yeah. Amadeus Kirisi really is Kirisi. Yeah, that is the point. I chosen harmless topics for our discussion. But it still reminded me so much of talking to the old Kirisi that I sometimes forgot myself. Ugh. He's been self-aware this entire time and game, like this one. I'd done that just now, when I accidentally told her about the lab. She had seized on it. So this lab you're talking about, did the original me ever go there?
ああ、
Yeah.
いや、
No. I mean,
はっきりしない
well,
わね。
that tells me nothing. Which is it?
ないよ。
Never. Good to see I've been part of the lab in the Alpha World line. In this world line, she died before ever becoming a lab member. Of course, she'd never even known where it was.
お前は
You
勘違い
seem to
し
have
てい
the
るよう
wrong
だから言って
idea,
おく。
so let me straighten you
ラ
out.
ボと言ってもラボじゃな
We
い。
call it a lab,
ただの
but it's not. It's
お
just
遊びサークルだ。
it's just a group of people messing around.
それに
And Suzaha was living there right now, and Dodger spent a lot of time there. If they found out about Kurisu, things could get complicated. Yeah,
言いかけて
I
やれない
preferred if you would
欲しいわ
finish your
けだか。
sentences.
なんでもない。
That's nothing.
いずれにせよ
Either way, I want to see more of the outside world.
今までは先輩や教授と話す時も研究室の中ばかりだったから
Yes, I want to see more of the outside world. All the times I've talked to Maho and the professor, it's been inside the lab.
だからこうして
That's why I'm out here early on a
日曜の
Sunday
朝っぱら
morning,
から
talking,
池袋を案内して
taking
やって
you
いるだ
around
ろう。
Ikebukuro. 10 a.m. Even at this hour, the area in front of Ikebukuro station was crowded. It was going to get even more crowded as it got closer to noon.
なんなら
I was willing to
元
take
手
you
ロ
to
ードまで
Maiden's
連れ
Road
て
if
行
I
く
had
覚悟
to.
はしていたんだけどな。
何よそれ
What's that?
お前の知らない世
There's a
界が
whole
広が
world
って
there
い
you
る
know
場所
nothing about.
だな。
待って
Wait,
今調べた
I just looked it up.
うーん
Hmm.
本当に興
Are
味
you
が湧
really
いたか。
interested?
そ
But of course
そんなわけ
not.
あるか
Little blush.
とにかく
Anyway,
今日は
take
あ
me
んた
to
の
this
ラ
lab
ボ
of
に連れて
yours
行ってよ
today.
私に話して
Now
聞
that you've
かせ
told
た
me
以上
about
よ
it, you need to take
責任を取りなさい。
responsibility. Got it?
ろしくね
Oh my. And then she hung up. Damn. It was like I was her own personal taxi service. I mean, Kirisu couldn't move around on her own, so there was no getting around that, but
まったく
sheesh. She's so
わがままなやつ
selfish.
め。
She didn't seem to think very highly of me. At this rate, she might start treating me worse than a servant. God. The real Kirisu was one thing. Or, no. Maybe it wasn't. But being treated that way by the artificial Kirisu was incredibly humiliating. I can read so good. Wouldn't it be a humiliation for all of humanity? Maybe I should do something about this.
これはなんとかすべき
As I
かも
mumbled
しれ
to
ん。
myself.
あれ
Huh? Okuni? Mayuri called out to me. She was carrying a lot of bags. It was probably materials for one of her costumes.
ねえね
Hey, hey.
え今
Were you just talking to
誰かと
someone?
話してなかった
Hmm.
あ
Oh,
あ、
that
今のは
was... So spooky. You may have missed it when it was mentioned earlier, but Maiden Road was mentioned earlier. It was at a tip and it explained it, so... That
大学
was
の
a friend from my class at college. I see. So are you going to meet them today
今日も遊びに
too?
行くの
いや、
No, I don't have any
Tomorrow
plans
isn't
for
your day,
today.
前よりは
Are you going to
こ
work,
れからバイ
Mayuri?
トか。
Nope. I'm meeting Yuki at the lab.
待ち合わせ
The lab.
ラボ。
Was this good timing or bad timing?
そうだ
I know. Why didn't you come with me?
久
It's
しぶり
been
に
so
一緒
long.
に行かない
You'll get to eat Yuki's home
ゆきさん
cooking.
の手料理も食べられるよそれとね
And Mayushi's gonna try hard to make something too.
頑張って作る予
How about it? Do kana. In the end, I went with her.
ずいぶん嬉
You
しそう
look
だ
really
な
happy. Yep,
嬉し
I
い
am
よ
happy. Maybe had been smiling the whole time, but I was the opposite. The minute I got here, I was so nervous. I felt like I was about to throw up. I didn't really want to see Suza, huh?
あ
Hmm.
お
Are you
お
okay?
岡部じゃねえ
Okabe?
か
No boy Tanoji.
お
Yeah. The door to the Bronze workshop on the first floor opened, and out came the building's owner, Yugo Tanoji. Bronze Workshop. Fictional. A CRT TV shop located on the first floor of the multi-purpose Obiyama building in Zuehirocho. At the very back of the store is a very rare 42-inch CRT TV. Yugo Tanoji, the owner of the store, also owns the building. It only gets a few customers a day, but strangely enough, it's been one of the few stores that have survived over the years of the constantly changing landscape of Akihabara. Mr. Tanoji. Doo-doo-doo.
おう
Hey there. Wow. Aren't you cold in just a t-shirt?
寒くないですか
I'm pretty
鍛
tough.
えてるからな
When I've been living in the lab, I'd given him the nickname Mr. Braun. It'd been a long time since I'd seen him.
岡部
Okabe.
その様子じゃ
From the look of it, you're actually making something of yourself at college.
どうも
Thanks.
そういえば
Come
家
to
賃
think
って
of it,
どうし
how
た
are we handling the rent? I asked Mayuri instead of him. I used to give it directly to Noji, but...
橋田がちゃん
Hashida
と振り込ん
deposits
で
the
くれて
money
るから
when it's
安
due.
心しな
Don't worry.
そ
I see.
うですか
おう
Yeah. This man. Was he around or in this world blind too? There was no way I could ask him. Yeah, no, you definitely can't ask him that, Jesus. Maho, how did things go with Kurisu after that? No problems. Can we do something about her mouth? I want to talk to Maho too. This is the funnier option. Can we do something about her mouth? Kurisu? She can be really nasty. She's what you call a tsundere. A tsundere? I don't know what that is, but are you sure you didn't just take her off? Kurisu does not suffer fools gladly. Little gecko. That was funny. Anyways, there's no way I could ask him. I can't help but be wary of him. That's why I'd started to put some distance between us. If nothing else, I'd avoided trying to interact with him.
じゃあねあんま暴れ
By
んな
now,
よ
don't cause too much trouble. I'm gonna laugh so hard if you manage to miss all the true ending flags again. I wouldn't mind that, frankly, if I do manage to do that again. Just because, like, I'm sure there's a flowchart out there that exists for it. If anything, it'd be more frustrating if I do get out some of the flags. Because then I would have to go back and not do that. So, like, either way, there's no winning, you know? At least if I'm gonna be a completionist about it, and why wouldn't I? But I know, don't cause too much trouble. Tenochi saw that I had gone silent and went back inside. Mayuri looked over at me with a worried expression.
大丈夫
You okay?
やっぱり
Sure you don't want to go
帰る
home?
行こう
Let's go. Tenochi didn't matter. What mattered was, why was I here? Did I feel like something needed to change? Or did I really want to show Kurisu the lab? I went up the stairs, still unsure of the answer. Do-do-do. Maybe went in first. Sorry, Yuki. I'm a little late. Hey there, Mayuri. I peeked inside the room. Daru and Yuki were there. Their eyes went wide when they saw me. I see Okabe is with you. Oh, Okarin. It's been forever, man. Oh, yeah, it has. I quickly scanned the room. There was no sign of Suzuha. Part of me was a little relieved. Can I come in? It's your own lab, dude. Don't ask that. That's true, I guess. I don't think I can call Kurisu right now. Coward. I followed Mayuri to the lab and tried to relax my legs by sitting on the couch, but I didn't feel relaxed at all. I felt like my skin was crawling. Did you take your anxiety medicine, sir? I glanced over at Yuki. That outfit's so cute, Yuki. It's literally what she was wearing and whatever. I wore it because I wanted to hear you say that. That's so nice. She wants to wear it too. Wanna switch outfits later? Would I be the right size? I'd heard about Yuki's future from Suzuha too. I still couldn't believe someone this pretty was going to marry Daru. Who the fuck is calling? Oh my god, it's Kurisu. But the... I figured you would have reached the lab by now. God damn it, Kurisu. I ran into the development room in the back, clutching my smartphone. That's where Suzuha is. You got a lot of free time, don't you? Why are you lowering your voice? Do you not want your friends to know about me? I mean... Of course not. I hadn't even checked with Maho and Dr. Luxton to see if it was okay to tell other people about Amadeus. No, that's fine. I can figure out what's going on. Kurisu lowered her voice as well. Just give me a little look around the room. All you have to do is hold up the camera. Sheesh. I sighed and held the smartphone up to my chest. I spun around once, like I was taking a video with my camera. Filthy. That's your first impression. Sorry, I'll try that again. It's full of junk. That wasn't much better. Well, it was true. I know labs are never clean, but this is especially bad. It's about as bad as Maho's hotel room, oh no. Is it okay to share her private information like that? You should tell her to clean her room too. She'd bite my head off if I did that. But still. Kurisu paused and smiled. I kind of always wanted to have a shared room like this. It must be pretty nice if there are all these people here. Kurisu. Yeah, Kurisu. In the Alpha World line, he said the same thing. You really... Uncle, who are you talking to? She's a hush-shush. Are you supposed to be hiding? Do I? I suddenly heard a girl's voice from under the desk and was so surprised I screamed. Who's there? Be quiet. Huh? Is that you, Suzuha? Yeah, okay. Was she hiding? But why? Daddy, Mayuri, and Yuki heard me screaming and I ran over to see what the problem was.
オカリン
Oh, Karin,
どうしたの
what's wrong?
あれ
Huh?
そこにい
Is
る
that
の
Suzaha?
鈴葉さんあっちゃ
Uh-oh. Suzaha looked upset. It was only then I realized who she was hiding from.
次のニュースです。
And now for our next
令
story.
和党の駒沢康和衆議院議員が
Yasukaza
企業から不正献金を受けていた
Komanaza.
駒沢議員は
Come
今
on.
日10時
Okay.
から記者会見し
Yasukazu Komazawa, a member of the Diet House's representatives, Diet's House of Representatives, Jesus Christ, held a press conference today at 10 a.m. to announce his resignation after accepting illegal donations from corporations. Someone had left the TV on and was playing the afternoon news. Suzaha knew no one was watching it, but she used the remote to turn the volume up anyway. She wanted to keep the girls in the shower room from hearing us. I could hear Mayuri and Yuki laughing from the shower. Things had gotten really awkward when Yuki had found Suzaha, but Mayuri quickly came up with a plan. At first her plan was for the three of them, including Suzaha, to shower naked together, and hopefully get Yuki and Suzaha more comfortable around each other. But Suzaha said that the shower room was too small for 3 people and refused.
参ったな
Well, this is a problem. Suzaha was staring up at the ceiling. It's not your fault, Suzaha. It's Okarin's. It's your fault for not telling me about her earlier. There wasn't time. And anyway, you're mumbling into your smartphone back there. What were you doing?
それは
It was...
その
well...
誰かと話
You
し
were
てたよ
talking to somebody, weren't you?
そうい
I
う
got
アプ
this
リ
new
があっ
app,
て
and I was trying
試
it
しに
out.
使ってみたんだ
I mean, not completely wrong.
おう
Oh,
やる
a girl game one? You've gotten into those, huh? I can give you my list of recommended apps later then. Oh dear. Thanks. I guess I managed to fool them about Amadeus.
何にせよ
In any event,
私がうか
it
つ
was
だった
my
よ
screw up. Sorry for scaring you.
さっきは驚かせてごめん
そもそも
Why do you need to hide from
彼
her
女から隠れ
anyway?
る必要があるのかすでに
You've already
誰の
told her
妹
your
で通っているんだから
daughter's sister. Hiding just
こ
makes
そ
you
こ
look
そする方
more
が逆に怪しまれ
suspicious.
るだろ
Suzaha tried to avoid Yuki to begin with. Just meeting her father was enough to potentially cause the time paradox, she said, and that chance went up even more if she'd met her mother. But Yuki had found her before long, and Suzaha had been forced to say that she was Daru's little sister. Yuki believed it, so why make things any more complicated?
そうなんだけど
Sure, but Mom wants to be friends with me more than I thought she would.
私と仲良くな
If I
りたが
talk
る
to
ん
her
だ
too much, I might slip
あまり
up.
会話しすぎるとボロ
自分とよく似
If
て
you
る
see
人間
someone
が
who's
現れ
just
たら
like you, you either hate them or
嫌悪
take
す
an
るか
interest in them, I bet.
興味を示すかのどちらかだろうな
Yuki Amane was the latter.
嫌われた方がずっ
It'd be
と
much
楽だよ
easier if she hated me.
いっそ事実を打
You
ち
could
明
just
け
tell
る
her,
わけに
or
もい
maybe
かない
not.
か
I know only a few people knew that Suzaha was a time traveler. Me, Daru, Mayuri, and Ferris. That was all. Ferris knows, ooh. Wait, do we have to explain anything at all? Huh? Amaneshi isn't really the type to pry. You know that, right, Suzaha?
確かに未来の
You're
母
right.
さんは
She wasn't like that in the future. Then what's the problem? If the time comes, I'll explain it to her.
本当
Really? Yeah,
分かった
fine.
父さんに
I'll leave
任
it
せ
to
る
you. Suzaha nodded. So from now on, you can stop trying to avoid Amaneshi.
うまくやれるか
I
ど
don't
う
know
か
if I can do that without screwing up. We'll be fine. I have to go bathroom again. I'm gonna actually save though, just to be on the safe side. Quick little savey save. Okay. But yeah, I have to go bathroom again. Sorry. I keep forgetting that I'm like just muting directly from my mic by turning it off. But hi, I am back. I'm alive. In case that was a concern. Anyways, it'll be fine.
お前が言うなって話だけどな。
I don't know if you're one to talk though. Hmm.
さっきだって
Look at how
相
awkward
変
you
わらず
were
苦
with
手意識
her.
出しまくってたじゃん。
I'm not the problem here. That's no issue. Dots. More dots. Give him more dots. And then the conversation came to a halt, which meant we started thinking about the voices coming from the shower room. And so... Thunder opened his mouth. Perhaps he couldn't take it anymore. I can go watch Nico live streaming? There's a Bloodtoon stream on now. What? Bloodtoon, a fictional anime called Bloodtoon, the animation. Originally a manga, it was animated last year. The show drew a lot of attention from anime fans, and the main heroine, Sierra Orgel, became popular enough to have many figures. Ah yes, that's the character that Mayuri wants Lukuka to cosplay. Nico's live streaming. A live streaming service offered by the mayor Major streaming site Nico Nia Video. Which earbud died? Oh. Okay. They're both at 10%. I'll just take one out. Have that one charge. Okay, anyways. You're gonna do it even if I tell you no, right? Yup. Then go ahead. Suzuha sighed and daughter sat in front of the PC and put his headphones on. What is it, uncle?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about how well you got along with your dad. Really?
Ah.
Yeah. Thought it was like this in the future, wasn't he? He was thinner and cooler. I can't even imagine. Dots. More dots. And the conversation died again. There's a ton of things I need to talk to Suzuha about. That's why I couldn't say a word. Maybe it was the same for her. Says there was nothing else to do. Suzuha turned back to the TV. The news was still on. The opening event for the French fashion brand Le Paradis was held in Ginza this morning. And the newscasters, fuck, I still can't read. I could see over 100 women lined up in front of a store. It's so peaceful, isn't it? By the time I was old enough to remember anything, this is all gone. On the TV, a girl in a pretty outfit was talking to an interviewer. I'm jealous. They don't have to kill anyone, and nobody's gonna kill them. In the world I grew up in, you had to kill without mercy, no matter if they were a man or a woman. Your life could end at any moment. That terror was with you every second of every day. The only way to forget the terror was to give yourself over to the madness and become one of the killers. That was war. That was Suzuha's life. I've been to many nightmarish world lines, but none of them were that bad. My dad's work on the time machine got him branded a rebel. Daughter had made the time machine that brought Suzuha here. It was far more powerful than the one that existed in the Alpha world line. I left the military to join him in his group, and the police and peacekeeping squads came after me. The battles after that were worse, and there were a lot of them. I don't want to use the phrase, fighting the good fight. I killed a lot of people, and lost many of my friends and comrades. One of them was my mother. Thought I was still staring at the computer screen, but I could see him twitch. He must have been listening to Suzuha while he pretended to look at the screen. She tried to protect me from one of the army's drones, and was gunned down. This is the first time I heard how Yuki Yamane died. She was in the next room right now, having fun in the shower. That's how she was going to die. I saw her ripped apart with my own eyes. Her warm blood splattered all over me. Maybe the reason Suzuha didn't want to talk about her mother in 2010 was there was no way Suzuha could tell her that. Listen, Uncle Okunin. At some point, Suzuha's eyes had started to overflow with tears. Yeah, the game audio disappeared for me too, but I thought it was just me with my earbuds. But I think the game crashed. 'Cause as you can see, there's no text. At least you you kind of coming to a game? At least I can save. Here, let me save over my bathroom break. You want to work? No? Okay, let me just exit the game since I was able to save there. So, I would love it if... So, like, Steins Gate 0 is on GeForce now. And I imagine we actually wouldn't be having any issues whatsoever if I was able to play on GeForce now, because it is offline on GeForce now. For I don't know why. And you guys can hear the game again now, right? You should be able to. Okay. And can you see it? You should be able to. Yep, perfect. I can see. I can fight. Oh dear. Why are you like this? Okay. At some point, Suzuha's eyes had started to overflow with tears. This world can only go to one place. Hell. It doesn't have to be right now. There's still a little time, I think. So, just think about it again, please. Please. I knew it. In my mind, I knew it. The right thing to do was to do as she asked, but I don't want to die. The sensation I felt when the knife slipped into her flesh and I took the life of the girl I loved. It went from my hand to my arm and then to the rest of my body, and I started shaking. My vision blurred, then almost went black. My hands went to my mouth. There was a wave of pain, like my stomach was turning inside out. Uncle? Are you okay, Okurin? Yeah. Sorry. Suzuha poured me a cup of water and I gulped it down. Sorry. It was too early to talk about this. No, it's nothing. I'm fine. I sank into the sofa and tried to calm down. I know what you want to say and how you feel. But I've gone through so many world lines. I've seen people in other world lines have their fates toyed with by the time machine. I look straight into Suzuha's eyes. I've seen your own tragic end. I never realized that I'm powerless to do anything. Humanity was powerless before the laws of this world. Using the time machine to change the world line means breaking the rules of the universe.
俺たち人間が手
It's
を
not
出し
the
ていい領
pro-
域じゃない。
province of humanity.
いわば
You could say it's the
神の領分なん
province
だ。
of God.
それに触れれば
If we try, we'll suffer an even more
俺たちは
horrible
もっともっ
punishment.
と俺は
That's what I think.
そう思う。
それが
Is that your answer?
オカリンおじさんの答えなの。
少なくとも
For now, I have nothing
Iwama.
else.
そう
I see.
ただの逃げだと
Feel free to
な
tell
じっ
me
て
I'm
くれて
just
もいい。
running away.
うん
No,
そんなことし
I
ない
won't
よ。
do that. Tizuha looked up at the ceiling and sighed. That must have been a habit she picked up lately.
続いてのニュースです。
And now, our next top story.
厚生労働省
The
は
Ministry of Health announced that there have been no reported cases in Japan of the new form of
今のところ日本国内での発症例は
encephalitis
報告されてい
that
ない
is
と
ravaging
発表しました
America.
ただこの
But this
新
new
型脳炎
virus has a
は
long
潜伏期間
incubation
が長いこ
period,
とから
and they cannot
すで
deny
に
the
国内に
possibility
上陸
that
してい
has
る可能
already
性も否定
arrived
で
in
きないとして
Japan.
感染症法に
The
基づき
ministry has ordered all medical
全国の医療機関に
organizations of the
対して
country to draw up
新型
treatment
脳炎
plans and
対策と
investigate the
感
virus's
染症
spread.
発生動向の速やかな調査を指示しました
Encephalitis. Oh my god. Okay. I don't remember what that is, but like actually have like you for spelling out how to read it in a way that I can comprehend. Because like I've definitely heard of that before.
ここからはお茶の
We're
水
here
医
with
科大
Soko
学
Haruyama
春
of
山壮子教授に
Ochana
お
Mizu
話を
Medical
伺います
University.
春山さん
So,
この新
Miss
型の脳炎という
Haruyama,
のは
what sort of
具体
symptoms
的に
does
は
this new
どのような症状が
encephalitis
出るもの
cause?
なのでしょうか
It inflammation. The new virus does not spread easily, but has a long incubation period and appears without warning. The main symptoms are hallucinations and memory problems. Inflammation of the brain specifically. Okay. Understandable, have a nice day. For example, you think you are at work and suddenly you find yourself at home, or you have memories of meeting someone you've never met. There have been reports of that. You had to Google it, fair enough. Also, memories can be confused. You might have memories of events that never occurred. You lose the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality, or perhaps your sense of the passage of time. In some cases, your memories will no longer match those of the people around you. You could describe it as similar to deja vu, or even the feeling you get when you're only half awake, but the symptoms are far more pronounced than that. Oops. Deja vu. The name of a strange sensation in which you feel that you've been through a situation before, even if you know that you can't possibly have done so. The sensation is strong and realistic enough that it cannot simply be attributed to forgetfulness or imagination. But since you can't remember when or where you experienced it before, it creates a strong feeling of unease. The cause of this sensation is still unknown. One theory says it's a result of extremely rare but temporary disjunction between the parts of the brain that govern recall and memory. Another theory says that it's the result of a temporary spasm of the hippocampal gyrus. Yes, you have been in this place before. Welcome back. What about treatment methods? Unlike other forms of encephalitis, we know that with proper treatment, a full recovery is possible. So even if we do see some cases in Japan, it's not a matter for serious concern. The reporter was still talking, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. The information I just heard was that shocking. A new kind of encephalitis. I feel like I'm saying it wrong again, but that's okay. I know the symptoms she was describing. Losing the ability to discriminate between dreams and reality. Losing your sense of passage of time. Your memories no longer match those of people around you. That was exactly the same as reading Steiner. And back to Suzaha perspective. in 1975, right? I guess we're gonna find out about what happened to Kaguri. The interior of the time machine smelled like metal and was covered in instruments of different sizes. The girl inside was sobbing. It had been almost an hour since Suzuha had left to go look around. She'd assumed that Kaguri would have stopped crying by then, but she had no such luck. How long are you gonna keep crying? You need to get it together. Think about how big sis Mayu felt. Kaguri Shina looked up at Suzuha, her face wet with tears. So don't cry. It's annoying. But Suzuha walked over to Kaguri and knelt down, so to be at eye level. She had no intention of spoiling her. Her goal was to save billions of lives, and this was her first mission. Listen, from now on I'm treating you as a member of Valkyrie. You work for me, and you're not a civilian. Lost members of Valkyrie? Hello? I don't think Shu has approved of this, but that's okay. Anyways. Demigoddesses from Norse mythology. There are many Valkyries, and at least several dozen are given names. They chose who will die on the battlefield and who will be victorious, and they take the souls of those who fought bravely to Valhalla to prepare for the coming Ragnarok. Skuld, one of the three Norns and the goddesses of the future, is a Valkyrie. This is the year 1975. Nobody we know is alive here. Dad and Big Sis Mayu haven't been born yet. In other words, there's no one to protect us. The only one who could protect you is yourself. Got it? Yeah. Kaguri was a brave girl, and she finally realized that now wasn't the time for tears. She tried to stop crying. It wasn't working well, but was a lot better than her emotions than sobbing. There we go. She was a smart girl. Suzuha knew that. There's not a lot of time. If someone from this era finds there's a time machine, it will cause a big commotion. The machine had landed on the roof of the radio building, which wasn't a spot that people visited often. The chances of anyone finding it were slim. But in this era, they had no one to help them conceal it. That meant they couldn't stay long. She needed to finish their mission quickly and move to the next time period. If something goes wrong, can't we just use this time machine to come back? There's not enough fuel. We can't jump an infinite number of times. If it won't work when it really counts, then this is all for nothing. And my headphone died. At least it's playing from my computer. I don't care. No more headphones for me. That's fine. I see. Can you stand up? Suzuha stepped out of the machine and beckoned to Kaguri. Kaguri looked surprised. Her eyes were narrowed at the bright sunlight. The sky above Tokyo in this time period was too dirty to be called blue. Smoke and dust clouds filled with who know what were rising from the rows of smokestacks. It all combined with black exhaust from the cars that scurried along the ground to create a smog so thick you could literally see it. The sky above the city was covered by a veil of death. But still, it was the first clear sky that Kaguri had ever seen. She'd only ever known from books and videos that the sky could be this bright. The nuclear weapons used during the Third World War had changed the weather over Tokyo, and the sky was constantly covered in dull gray clouds. The sun's light was always weak when it shone through them, and it was never this bright. When I was a kid, the sky was still like this. I don't remember much, but I remember a little. Suzuha looked up at the sky too.
気が
The air is so clean. In 2036, you need a filter and mask to go outside for any length of time. Compared to that, 1975 was a lot cleaner.
わかるだろ
Now you understand why everyone was willing to risk it all to change the world line. Right,
どうして
Kagari?
世界線の改変に世界線がどうとか
The world lines,
歴史がどう
history.
とか
You can worry about that
そんな
stuff
理屈
later.
は後でいい
For now, just focus on protecting
今
the
はただ
sky. Kagari slipped her hand into her pocket and took out the faded green Upa keychain. She stared at it with a sad look on her face. She was probably thinking about Mayuri, her mother, and she was probably trying to understand what it meant that her mother had put her inside the time machine. Suzuha decided that Kagari was alright now and closed the hatch on the time machine from the outside. The lock flipped on automatically. The one person who could open it now was Suzuha, whose biometrics had been loaded into the system ahead of time. Even if someone did find the machine, it would be a while before they found out what it was.
かがり
Kagari,
これを見ろ
look at this. Suzuha handed her a printout of a photo.
これ何
What is this?
IBM
A retro
5100 ってい
PC
う
called the
レトロ
IBM
PC だ
5100. Wee. Fictional. IBM's the first portable computer, which went on sale in 1975. The design includes an integrated monitor and keyboard, and while it is described as portable, it weighs almost 25 kilograms. In the 2000s, John Titor revealed that there was a special computer language that could only be used on devices of this type, which was not described in the manual. IBM's developers would later admit that he was correct. None of the ones in our time still worked, but here we should be able to find a working one. Our first mission is to split up and find it. Yeah, we can communicate with this. She handed Kagari a small transceiver. I was told it doesn't have a very long range, so don't expect too much from it.
えっと
Okie dokie.
90分ごとに
We'll meet in front of this building every 90 minutes for a status report. Got it?
それを繰り返すいいなオーキードーキ
Okie dokie.
いい返事だ
Good answer. Suzuha nodded and patted Kagari on the head.
よし
Okay,
ミッション
let's
開
get
始
started. Suzuha was on the top of the radio building in 2010, looking down.
35年
35 years.
か
Huh. That's how long ago it had been in real time since she's spoken to Kagari here. From her perspective, it had only been a few months. The view from up here had changed a lot since then, and the next 26 years it would change even more. She'd seen for herself how this building changed over a span of 61 years. The thought didn't make her feel sentimental. Instead, she felt the loneliness and fear that comes from having a past not shared with anyone else. Using the time machine to change the world line means breaking the rules of the universe. Nintendo Okabe's words flashed through her mind. Still, lately, she'd been thinking more about Kagari. She'd been searching the city at regular intervals. She was looking for Kagari Shina. She didn't even know if she was in Tokyo. She had no clues. She didn't even know what Kagari looked like now. So maybe it was a waste of time. Even so, she had to find Kagari herself. But she hadn't had any better luck today. I say so Kagari is missing. She turned around and looked toward the time machine. She would come here every day. Her primary reason for coming was to see if her father, Itaru Hashida, had been here. Anytime she let her guard down, he would come to try and examine it. She told him it would cause a time paradox, but he didn't listen. She needed to keep constant watch. To be honest, she had a lot of things she had to do. And then she heard the metal door to the roof open. Was it her dad? She squinted into the darkness, but the person she saw was much smaller than Itaru, and had cat ears coming out of their head. Ferris? Paris. Meow, there you are.
すずに
Susan-yan, good evening.
ゃんなんだ
Oh,
ルミ
it's
姉
you,
さん
Big
か
Sis Rumi. Ferris Nyan-yan had a spring in her step as she approached Suzuha.
ルミ姉さんって
He's
誰
Rumi.
のことか
I'm
な
Ferris, Nia.
フェイリスはフェイリルミ姉さんは
Your
ルミ
big
姉
sis
さんだよ
Rumi. Ferris's real name was Yurimiho Akiha. Yes, the fluffy cat paws. She was Daru's friend and had helped them in many different ways in 2036. So Suzuha had known her ever since she was very young and had always called her big sis Rumi. For whatever reason, in this era, she always wanted to be called Ferris, though. When Suzuha asked why, she simply responded, "Ferris is Ferris, Nia," an answer which meant nothing to Suzuha.
ラボに誰もいなか
Nobody
っ
was
た
in
か
the
ら
lab, so we
こっち
thought you
か
might
な
be
と思
here.
ったら
Guess
正
I
解
was
だった
right.
じゃん
Here, I brought you a snack. It's
余り物で
leftovers,
は悪
though.
いんだけど
Ferris showed her a cake box with the logo from the maid cafe where she worked. Made Queen Nyan squared.
父さんがラボに
I'm
不在
glad
で
Dad
よかった
wasn't at the
よ
lab. If he ate something like that at this hour, he'd get even fatter.
ダルニャンじゃなくて
It's not for Dad
ス
and
ズニャンへ
Nyan,
の
it's
差
for
し入れ
you.
にゃ私に
For me.
なんで
Why?
にゃふふ
Yeah.
好きなくせ
You know
に
you love it. Ferris grinned and nudged Suzuha in the side with her elbow.
私
I
は別に
don't.
アップルタルトに
There's an
モン
apple
ブラン
tart, a Mont Blanc, and a piece of strawberry
うん
shortcake, too.
うん
Ugh.
ほ
See? Doesn't it look good, Nya? Ferris opened up the box and showed her what was inside. Suzuha could smell the sweet cream and fruit.
らさあ今
Come on,
少し
eat up.
食べるといいね
Don't worry about a thing,
心
Nya.
置きなく食べるといいね
Gah. Open wide. I'll feed it right
その
into your
可愛
cute
い
little
お口に
meow.
食べさせてあげるにゃんで
I'll
冷
put
蔵
it
庫
in
に
the
しまっ
fridge
て
for
明日
tomorrow.
食べる
Yeah.
す
You're
ずにゃん
such a
はストイッ
stoic,
クに
Suzunya. Ferris laughed and handed over the box.
賞味期限は
They
明日だから
expire tomorrow, so make sure you eat up before they do,
明日中に食べなきゃダメ
Nya.
だぞありがとう
Thanks. That's fair.
どういたしまして
You're welcome. Ferris gave her a mischievous wink and looked up at the time machine beside them.
ダルニャンのタイム
How's
マシン
Darwin's
研究の
time
方はどう
machine
かにゃ
research going?
頑張ってはいるみたい
He's working hard, I guess.
ルミ姉さん
Big Sis
この
Rumi,
マシン
is it okay to
ま
leave
だ
this
ここに置
machine
いておい
here?
ても
Suzuha looked around the roof as she asked. It was solely thanks to Ferris that no one had really noticed the massive object on the roof. She was the heir to a rich family that had a lot of influence in this area and had contributed a lot to the development of Akihabara. She was helping to hide the time machine. Yep,
このフロ
I've
ア
rented out this
とい
whole
うか
floor,
屋上
or
は
roof, I
フェイリ
guess.
スが借り
It's
上げ
fine,
ちゃった
yeah.
から平気にゃオーナーさんには
I told the owner that we're
タイタンゲームの
developing a
研究を
VR
してるっ
game.
て言って
It's
あ
not
る
the
にゃ
best excuse in the
ちょっ
world,
と
but it
苦しいわけにゃ
works.
けど助かるよ
It's a huge help.
気にしないでいいね
Don't worry about it.
この
I'm
世
always
界は
ready to help
エ
you
レメ
save
ン
the
タル
world's
バイアク兵た
elementals
ちの魔
from
の手
the
から救うため
Byakuya.
ならフェイリスはい
Oh
つでも
boy,
協
more
力する
tips.
にゃ
Byaki. Winged interstellar creatures that appear in the Cthulhu mythos. Ah, they are created by August Derleth, the co-creator of the Cthulhu mythos along with H.P. Lovecraft, and appear in such stories as The House on Crowton Street. They're described as being chimera-like creatures around 3 meters tall, with the wings of a pterosaur, the legs of an eagle, and a tail like a bee's. Huh? Bees don't have tails? Despite their terrifying appearance, they understand human speech, and if they feel it's in their best interest, they can even work together with humans. In space, they usually travel at around 1/10 of light speed, but an organ is called a hewn, and their tails allow them to fly faster than the speed of light. I'm not sure if it means a bee stinger, if the tail allows them to fly faster. But anyways, the Byaki are supposedly servants of Hoster, the god of shepherds, a creation of Ambrose Bierce, author of the famous Devil's Dictionary. I honestly cannot imagine the combination that is described here. So if any of you could like look up what the fuck this looks like and put it in the Steins Gate channel, that would be cool. Anyways, 4 elementals. The 4 spirits who control the elements of earth, water, fire, and air. Their existence was first proposed by the Swiss alchemist Paracelsus in his book, The Book of Fairies. He described them as beings not dead like ghosts, but not alive like humans, and as being spiritual creatures of an extremely nebulous nature. Paracelsus struggled to explain what exactly they were, and in the end decided to classify them as things. Yep, things. He divided them as follows. The element of earth is controlled by pygmies of the mountain, or the gnomes. The element of water is controlled by the nymphs of the water, or the undine. The element of fire is controlled by the salamanders of the fire, or the Vulcans. The element of air is controlled by the selves of the wind, or the Sylvestries. These are hard words. Paracelsus' theory had a huge effect on alchemists and authors, both of his own and later generations, who filled the gaps in his work. In the fantasy genre in particular, elementals have become a mainstay. Sylphs. Yes, sylphs. Right. Same season, huh? Since many years ago, well, I guess many years in the future, I've been wondering, but sometimes what you say is really hard to understand. What language is that? Don't think, Nya. Feel. Oh, come on. It's so cold. I think I'm going home, Nya. In the end, she never could get an answer. To Suzuha, Ferris was always a great mystery. I'll walk you home. Let's go together. Meow. Then you can have dinner at my place too. That wasn't what I meant. You never eat any real food, do you, Mew? Whenever I see how stoic you are, I always feel like I have to do something, yeah? Like a protective or motherly feeling. It's there's something like that within me. I'm just fine. Before she grabbed her finished her sentence, god damn it, she felt someone looking at her. She glanced around. Meow? What is it? Shh. She listened carefully. She definitely heard a very faint sound from the direction of the metal door that had led to the stairs. It was small enough that Suzuha was only able to notice it because of her training. Someone's there. Meow meow. They probably heard us. Most of the discussion was worthless, but they talked about the time machine a little, if someone heard that. Suzuha yanked her gun out of her jacket and in an instant ran towards the stairs as fast as she could. She heard someone running down the stairs as soon as she did. The sound, heavy military boots in a wide stride, got farther and farther away. They're fast. She opened up the door and jumped onto the landing. Then she raced down the stairs, skipping 3 steps with every stride. But still, it wasn't fast enough. Suzuha was born fast, and she'd been trained to be faster, but it wasn't enough. When she finally made it to the 2nd floor, she could hear the loud revving of a motorcycle. Oh no. She panicked and slipped on an object that had been left halfway up the stairs, then rolled her way to the bottom. She managed to get into the right position and protect her head, so it was her hips that struck the ground. Ugh. She forced herself to stand up and run outside. She could see the taillights of a large motorcycle speeding away. The driver was wearing a black helmet and riding suit, and already a good distance away, so she couldn't even tell if they were a man or a woman. They revved their engine loudly, as if to mock her, and then spun a corner and disappeared onto Center Street. Tizunya. A little later, Ferris caught up.
大丈夫かにゃ
Are you okay, Nya?
逃げられた
They got away.
それ
You should put that away, Nya. Oh. She put the gun in her hands back in her jacket holster and brushed away the hair and sweat that had stuck to her brow.
今の誰
Who
に
was that, Nya?
わからない
I don't know.
けど
But they weren't a
一般人じゃな
civilian.
い
They've been
訓練されて
trained.
ると訓練
Trained?
階段に
Was
何か
there
落ちて
anything
な
on
か
the
った
stairs?
バッグが転がっ
A
てたね
bag, Nya.
ちょうど視覚になる位置だっ
It was
た
right where I couldn't see it. They probably dropped it deliberately.
しかも
And they revved their engine
私が
right
そ
when I
こを
was
通る
coming
タイ
by
ミング
it.
でエンジンを見事に引っかか
I
った
fell
よ
for it.
トラップって
You
こ
mean it
と
was a
かね
trap, Nya?
ああいうことがとっさに
Only
できる
someone
って
with
いうの
special
は
training could do
特
that
殊な
on a
訓練を
moment's
受けてる
notice.
からだ
No one else
じゃ
could.
なきゃ無理
Suzuha glared into the direction the bike disappeared and started to think. Who was it? CERN? There was an unofficial CERN group, the Rounders, that were searching for the IBM 5100s in Akihabara. Rintaro Okabe had told her that. But he had only encountered them in another world line.
誰かはわからないけ
I
ど
don't know who it was,
私
but
たち
it's
の
clear
他
that
に
someone other than us
タイム
knows
マシン
about
の
the
こと
time
を知ってる
machine.
やつがいるのは間違いない
Was it that they knew about it but weren't going to do anything more? Or did they tend to steal the time machine from her? Since she didn't know, she had to assume the worst, or she wouldn't be prepared to deal with it. She looked up to the sky and sighed. It was becoming a bad habit.
ね
Hey,
ルミ姉さん
big sister Rumi, don't
この
tell
ことは
Uncle Ocarina
オ
and
カ
the
リンおじ
others.
さんには内
Okay?
密にしておいてなんで
Meow. Why?
今のオカリンおじさんが
If
知った
Uncle
ら
Ocarina knew about it, he
Time
might say it
machine
was
を
too
破壊しろって
dangerous and that we
言いかね
had
ない
to destroy the time
危
machine.
険だからっ
You
て
know?
そうにゃけど
Yeah, it's true, but... Yes, Nyande.
私は絶対にマシン
I'm
を
going
守
to
るよ
protect the time machine, no
シュタイ
matter
ンズゲー
what.
トの入り
I
口
need
へ
to take Uncle
Ocarina
Ocarina to the
おじさんを連れて行かなきゃいけ
entrance
ないん
to
だから。
Steins Gate.
それが未来の
That
父
was
さ
the
んと
promise I made to my dad.
私
to
を
all
ここ
the
に
people
送り
who
出して
set
くれ
me.
た人たちみんなとの約束だからさ
And to all the people who sent me here.
すずにゃ
Suzunya.
わかったにゃ
Alright,
そ
Nya.
の代わり
In
ダレニャ
exchange,
に
just
だけ
make
は
sure you
ちゃ
tell
んと
Daughter
話してお
Nya.
くことオキドキ
Okie dokie. The last part was almost a whisper as her words melted into Akihabara's sky. Well, back to Maho. Thoughts? Maho Yajo was fidgeting. She knew exactly why, but she still didn't want to admit it.
魔法準備
Maho,
はできた
are
か
you ready?
あはい
Oh, yeah. She actually stood up from the chair as Dr. Lux spoke to her.
うん
Hmm.
何です
What?
か
少しは
I
お
thought
め
you
かし
put
する
more
か
effort
と思っ
into
たんだ
it,
が
but I guess
魔法
not.
はマイペースだね
Dr. Lux stared at her for a moment and then spoke. It was obvious he was referring to her outfit.
この前みたいに
I'm not
パ
going
ー
to
テ
a
ィーに
party
出
like
席
I
する
was
わけじゃ
last
ないんで
time.
すから
あの時だって
You wore your
白衣
lab
の
coat
ま
to
ま
that
だっ
too.
たじゃないか
あれは服を
That was
忘れ
because I
たんで
forgot
す
my clothes.
そうだったね
That's right. Dr. Lux was wearing his translator all the time these days. In fact, he actually told Maho to talk to him in Japanese.
さて
Now then,
クリスと
I
リン
can't
タ
wait to
ロ
see
ー
what
は
kind of
どういう
relationship
関係を
Lintalo
築い
and
ている
Kurisu
か
have established.
会うのが楽しみだよ
Maho and Dr. Lux were about to head into Tokyo proper. There they were to meet Rintaro Okabe. It had been 2 weeks since they'd first asked him to test Amadeus. It was time for their first report. Of course, that was the reason Maho was fidgeting. She was nervous to meet Okabe. No, to see Kurisu for the first time in quite a while. Of course, Maho was able to talk to Kurisu anytime she wanted, but since she'd asked Okabe to be a tester, she tried to avoid doing so as much as possible. She didn't want her conversations to add any extra noise.
教授
Professor, before we leave, can I ask something?
一つ聞いても
何なる意図
Whatever you like.
なぜ岡部さんなんですか
Maho had wanted to ask Dr. Lux that for a long time. She was gonna ask it though. Now was the time.
うん
Doctor looks and thought for a moment.
嫉妬してい
Are
る
you
のかい
jealous,
魔法
Maho?
それは
I'm. She felt heat flush her face. In other words, he was right. Yeah, she was jealous of Okabe. Not that she wanted to admit it.
正
To
直
be honest, it
納
bothers
得はし
me.
ていません。クリスの話し相手
There
な
are
ら
other people who could be
他に
her
も適
conversation
任がいたはずで
partners.
す。
例えば
You, for
君と
instance.
か
そうは言いませ
I'm
ん。
not saying that. I'm
私
too
は
close to Kurisu and
Kurisu も
Amadeus.
アマデウ
レンタロウはいい人
Nutella
なん
is a
だ
good
よ
guy.
本気でそう信
If
じてい
you
る
really
なら
believe that, you're
教授はお
naive.
人よしです。人の本質
It's
を
impossible to really
一度
understand
会っただ
someone
けで
after
理解
only
するこ
meeting
とな
them
んて
once.
不可能ですよ。もし彼が私た
What
ち
if
に
he
隠れて
secretly sells
他の
Amadeus
研
to
究者
another
に
lab?
アマデウスを売り渡してしまったら最初はそのつも
Even
り
if
は
he
なかった
doesn't
として
plan
も
to at first,
お
he
金
might
を
change
前
his
にした
mind
ら
if they
気持
showed
ち
him
が揺
enough
らぐことだっ
money.
てあります
That's human nature.
それが人間というものです。
仮にレンタロウ
Let's
が
say
エメ
Lentaro
デウス
did sell
を売った
Amadeus.
とし
What would happen then?
アクセス権を手に
Would
入れ
whoever
た
got her
何者
access
かは
rights be able to
クリスと
become friends
仲
with
良くなっ
Kurisu
て
and take over
エメデウスを
Amadeus?
そのもの
それは
Well, Maho asked herself the question and then realized the chance was almost zero.
ありえません。
That would be impossible.
そうあり
Yes,
えない
it's impossible.
なぜならそんな
Because
事
if
態
that
に
ever
なれば
happened, Kurisu
ク
would
リスの
refuse to
方が
talk to them.
対話を拒否するだろうからねエメデウスはそうい
In
う
that
意味
sense,
で
Amadeus is
と
a
て
very
も
difficult
面倒く
system.
さいシステムだ
It
よ
doesn't do what you want
な
it
かな
to.
かこちらもちろんエメ
Of
デウ
course,
ス
it's
が
possible
説
that
得さ
Amadeus
れる
could be
可能性も
persuaded.
あるだそのために
But you
私
could
は
say that's
モデル
why I
な
chose you and
人格
Kurisu
に
as its
クリス
models.
と魔法を選んだとも言える
Dr.
わ
Lux
けね
gave her a mischievous wink.
私もクリスも気難
Both
しいです
Kurisu
か
and
ら
I
ね。
have difficult
そうや
personalities.
すやすと説
It would be
得は
hard
され
for
ないでしょ
Sayas to do anything. She knew he was teasing her, so she decided to say it.
いかにも
Indeed,
君
you
たち
two
は
are
本
truly
当に
merciless.
容赦これぞ最
And that
強
is the
の
best
セキ
security
ュ
I
リティ
could
だ
get.
よ
けなされているよう
That
に
sounds
聞こ
like
え
an
るんですか
insult.
君たちは
You
我
two
が
are the
研究
finest
室が
ladies our
誇る
institution
最
has to
強の
offer.
レディーさ
Dr. Lux laughed happily. He always had a childlike innocence about him.
いずれにせよ
Either way,
エメ
the
デウスの
Amadeus AI
AI
is a
は
tricky
一筋
thing.
縄で
You
は
could
い
say
かない
that's
わ
what
け
makes
で
it
ね
interesting.
そんな彼女たち
Keeping
を
them to ourselves
身
won't
内だけ
bring
で
us
独
any
占してい
progress,
ても
will it?
エメデウスが劇的な進化を
I'd
遂
been
げるた
thinking
め
about
の
how I wanted to find a
起爆
catalyst
剤
that
のよう
could
な
prompt
ものが
Amadeus
ち
to
ょうど
really
欲しいと
evolve.
しかも
And I wanted it to be someone who didn't have anything to do with the research. Lentalo is smart, and I think is a good choice. He's also a friend of Kurisu's. Anyway, why not see what he says today before you decide? First, let's see how Kurisu has changed since she started spending time with Lentalo. We may see a side of her that we've never seen before.
はい。
Yeah. That is what was making her nervous. If Kurisu changed into someone she didn't know, that would make her sad.
そろそろ時間だ
It's time. Let's go. Maho nodded. Dots. I walked onto the grounds of Yanabayashi's shrine and quietly took a look around. Several cats were sunbathing beneath the cold winter sky, but there was no sign of anyone else. Lukako wasn't back from school yet. Okay, I could talk to Kurisu without anyone staring at me here. I was supposed to meet with Dr. Lux in Maho after this. Before that happened, I wanted to confirm something with Kurisu. I decided to start the app. Whenever I talk to Kurisu, I need to pay attention to where I was. I'm just gonna go ahead and start the app. Hello.
ハロー
Hello.
話がある。
We need to talk.
今日はこの
You're
後
meeting with
教
a
授や
professor
先
in
輩に
Maho
会う予
after
定な
this,
の
right?
ね
Is that what this
そ
is
の件に
about?
ついて
あ
Yeah.
緊張する必
Is
要は
there
ない
any
んじゃ
reason
な
to
い
be nervous?
基本的に
Basically,
は
you're
録音
turning
提
over
出
the
して
logs and they'll
あ
ask you
と
some
はあん
quick
たから見
questions
た
about
私
your
がどんな
impression
印
of
象
me.
だったのか
それだ。
That's it. The
ログだよ。
logs. That's what I wanted to
それを
talk
聞きたか
about.
った。
Have all of our
もしか
conversations
して
been
こ
recorded?
れまでの会話は全
I told you that when we started, right? I keep logs in a place where nobody but me can access them. Were you not listening?
それを今回
And you're going to submit
教
them
授
to
と
the
ヒアジョ
professor
さん
in
に提出する
Hyojo?
のか
Probably.
ということは
Which means if I say anything personal to you, Dr. Luxton and Maho will hear it. You're just realizing this now? Yeah, it was a little late. Casey and I have been talking for 2 weeks. I should have asked about this when I got the access key for Amadeus.
今日になって
I
気づ
just
いたんだ
realized today. Oh, Oka there.
なあ
Hey,
俺
have I told you anything
こ
we
れまでに
shouldn't
何
have
か
so
まずいこと
far?
を話さなかったか
例えば
Like the fact that you were barely able to talk to any girls at that matchmaking party?
実家が八百屋
Or
さ
the
んなの
fact that
に
your
ナスが
family
嫌いな
sells
こととか
vegetables but you hate eggplants?
ナスは
I
嫌いなん
don't
じゃない
hate eggplants.
苦
I'm
手な
just
だけだ
I'm just not very good at eating them. Okay. That's so what if that was all I didn't really care.
あんたが最初
Or
に
the
私
fact
と
that the
話した
first
時
time we
に
talked you called me
クリスティ
Christina.
ーナって呼ん
Ugh.
それについて
Please
は
forget
忘れて
about
くれ
that.
人の記憶は
Human
曖昧で
memories are ambiguous, and as time passes, they become more subjective and tend to be compressed into a single narrative.
その内容が
Regardless of whether the memory is a good or a bad one, it's commonly to only be able to remember words that left an impression,
それに引きず
and
ら
that
れて
impression will
前
often
後の
alter your
会話の記
memories
憶
of the
は縛り
surrounding
上げて
conversation. Huh? What was she talking about?
それが悪いことだ
I'm
と
not
言ってる
saying
わけ
that's
じ
a
ゃない
bad thing. That's just how
人
human
の記憶
memories
という
work.
のはそういうものなんだからでも
But
アマ
Amadeus
デウス
isn't
は人じゃ
human.
ない
It's an incomplete
まだ
AI,
研究
still
段
in
階
the
の
research
完全な
stage.
AI よこれは
This is a
教
big
授たち
problem
に
for
とって
Maho and the
大きな壁の
professor.
一つなんだけど
But actually, Amadeus still can't perfectly replicate the ambiguity of human
アマデウ
memories.
スはまだ完全つまりね
In other words,
忘れ
it
るとい
can't
う
completely
脳の高度
replicate the
な機
high
能
level brain
そ
function
れ
that
を
is
完璧には模 forgetting. 倣できてないってこと
Huh?
でも
But at the ATF
ATF での
seminar,
レスキネン教授
Dr.
の講演だと
Luxnin said that
アマ
Amadeus
デ
would
ウス
forget
は
unneeded
不必要なことは
information.
忘れてしまうって
ええ
Yes, I do
確か
forget
に忘れるわ
things, but remember what I
言ったで
said?
しょ
I record things in a
私たち
log,
は
like it's
ま
my
るで秘
secret
密の
diary.
日記のよう結局
So in the
その
end,
中には
all the
全ての
information
情
is
報
still
が
kept
残って
there,
しまっ
and
て
if I
いるわ
load
け
that, all the
そして
data I should have
それを
forgotten
ロ
will
ード
come
してくれ
flooding
ば
back to
忘
me.
却したはずのデ
Okay?
ータは私の記憶に戻ってきてしまう
In other words, asking her to forget was a waste of time.
代替案はログを
Another
消す
plan
こ
would
と
be
だけ
to
ど
delete my logs,
私
but
に
those are my
とっては
backups,
バック
so
アップだ
that's
から
not
絶対
happening.
無理仮に一箇所だけ
Even
消
if I
去して
could
も同
delete
じ
one area, the
前
result
後
would be
の
the
文脈を
same.
参照して
It would analyze the
その不自
surrounding
然に消費
conversation
され
and
た箇所を
automatically
自動的に
reconstruct the
修復
missing
してしまう
portion.
それでも
If you
なん
want
と
to
か
alter
記
my
憶を改
memories,
ざんしたいと
you'd
いう
have to
のなら
mess with the primary
本当のプロ
program.
グ
I didn't have that level of access, and I didn't understand how the program worked at all. So basically, until I told Kurisu why I called her Christina, she was going to keep asking. What a pain.
で
So,
どうして
why Christina?
クリスティーナ
You really don't give
本
up,
当に
do
引き下がら
you?
ない
I'll
な
hang up right now if I have
今
to.
すぐ通話を切ってもいいんだぞ
そうやって逃げた
Even
って
if you run,
今
as I've
説
just
明した通
explained, I
り
won't forget.
私は忘れないはぐらかされ
The
る
more you try to change the subject, the more
完璧
interested
な
I
のが
get, you know?
それともあえて
Or is
そう
this
す
a
ること
ploy
で
to get me to pay
私に
attention to
構
you?
ってほしいっていう合図を送ってる
You're the one who wants attention. You called me in the middle of my university lectures.
お構いなしで連絡してそれだけじゃなく
And not only that, you message me all the time on Rhine. They're only now explaining Rhine? Anyways, an instant messaging application developed by... Huh? And their universe Daru developed it? Well, that explains why their friend group is stickers in the app. So I guess it does make sense in the universe. Alright. If both users have it installed, they can communicate with one another via voice and chat. Since this is a privately developed software and isn't available on the internet, right now only Itaru Hiyashida and his friends and acquaintances use it. Huh. Yeah, okay, I guess the stickers aren't that confusing after all. Yeah, that is why they're all stickers. It is cute. I'm honestly really happy that there's like a actually valid explanation for that. But anyways, like, you got too much curiosity. If you keep poking your head into things, one of these days you're gonna regret it. A scientist can't function if they're not curious. She got mad at me. If you're that interested in why I call you Christina, why not come up with a theory yourself? I have a few, actually. Listen to these. She's really into this. Theory 1. You've got a crush on a Hollywood actress named Christina. That doesn't make sense, but okay. You think you got the looks of a Hollywood actress? Looks don't matter. It's how you feel closeness to someone with the same name. So this is what you're saying, in other words? Rintaro Okabe feels close to me. It's just an example. Don't try to read too deep into it. It's a joke. Whenever I talk to Kurisu, I always wanted to tease her. I needed to watch out. Theory 2. You once dated a foreign girl named Christina. Given your terrible English ability, this one is out of the question, huh? It's possible that I dated a blonde babe who also spoke fluent Japanese, isn't it? Did you? Silence is an admission of defeat. Sorry. Theory 3. You knew the original me and called her that either directly or indirectly. This is also unlikely. If you called me that, I know what I'd say. Stop adding Tina. Yeah, that was exactly right. That's exactly what Kurisu said. But I didn't stop because I was embarrassed. The genius named Kurisu Makise was the person I always wanted to be. What do you mean? I couldn't bring myself to say her name, so I came up with a nickname to hide my embarrassment. Embarrassment? Yeah. Not just with the original either. It happens when I'm talking to you, too. Me? I mean, I've never talked to a girl inside a monitor before. What? Well, thank you. Why are you blushing? I am not. I just didn't expect that you'd treat me like a girl. It surprised me a little. Even that reaction was just like Kurisu. That part of you. I shuddered. What was I about to say? This is a 3D model on a screen. A tiny collection of zeros and ones in the shape of a human. What was I about to say to her? Hey, can I ask you something? We knew each other, didn't we? I mean, you and the original me. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. But what was our relationship? I'm kind of curious. It's complicated. Did I not get mad when you called me Christina? Or did I get mad but then laugh and forgive you? I don't want to die. I was hit with a violent urge to throw up. I could see Kurisu in front of me, covered in blood. She was looking at me, her eyes cold. He killed me. What's wrong? Hey, You've gone pale. I touched the smartphone and ended the call. Then I became too dizzy to stand. I tried to throw up, but nothing came out. My hands were shaking. That's right. I can't change reality. But there I was, trying to talk to Kurisu like nothing had happened. I was treating her like the real Kurisu and trying to avert my eyes from what I'd done. I was just clinging to Kurisu. This was wrong. I shouldn't talk to Kurisu anymore. The call was from Kurisu. I hung up in the middle of a conversation, so she was probably mad. Mad? She was just an AI. Okay, I'll answer. What is it?
なんだ
You know exactly what it is. It's rude to just hang up. Is something wrong? Nothing.
でも
But you look so
ひどい顔
pale.
してるじゃない
本当に
It's
なんでもない
nothing, really. Leave me alone.
放って
It'd
おいて
help
く
a lot
れ
if you wouldn't talk to me for a while.
しばらく連絡してこないでくれると
あまり無理せずに
Don't push yourself
誰か
too
知り合い
hard.
に連絡しなさいよ
Contact somebody, you know? Okay?
それじゃ
Bye. Kirisu gave up easier than I expected. Maybe she realized that as an artificial intelligence, there was nothing she could do. Realized. I was making her sound like a real person. And the second that thought crossed my mind, I almost saw an image of a bloody hand. I gritted my teeth and waited for it to pass. I surely turned my smartphone off until I calmed down a little. I was fine just a moment ago. But now even hearing Kurisu's voice was enough to send me into a panic. I gone back to how I was half a year ago. Back then, even hearing Kurisu's name was enough to make me dizzy.
手を出すべきじゃ
I shouldn't have messed with this.
なかった
I shouldn't have tried to chase Kurisu's shadow. For now, I should just turn off the smartphone. Oh. The phone went silent. I slowly stood up. If Luka saw me like this, he'd worry. I should get out of here. I was staggering a little, but I could walk. I felt very thirsty. Same, though. I gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water and caught my breath. Why are you drinking water? I was like totally expecting you to say Doc P. Hello? There was still a little time before my meeting. I wanted to get some air up here and recover a little. I looked down over the scenery below the bypass. God, overpass. I can't read. The city was in the Christmas spirit. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. It was the exact opposite of me. I took more deep breaths. I still felt like I wanted to throw up. It is indeed 1 a.m. I was getting a headache too. If I went to Dr. like this, I'm sure I'd worry him. And then I realized that the two girls coming up the stairs were looking at me. I peered into the late afternoon darkness to try to make out their faces. One of them, the girl with short haircut, waved. I knew it. It's okay. The little chat. Like the text box, girl with the short haircut. Girl with the long hair. Hi there. Oh, you're Mayuri's
マユリの
friends.
友達の
They were Mayuri's friends and fellow cosplayers. I think their cosplay names were Kaede and Fubuki. I didn't know their real names. Which was Kaede and which was Fubuki again?
大丈夫ですか
Are you okay?
具合
You don't
悪
look
そ
so
うですけど
good.
あ
I'm
あ
fine.
大丈夫
If I made them worry here and they talked to Mayuri, it would cause a big fuss. I didn't want her to worry about me when she didn't have to. I shouldn't have come back to Akihabara anyway. I'd run into people I knew just walking through town. I should have gone toward Kondo when I left the
オ
shrine.
カリンさんって
You
い
always
つ
look
も
like you're
なんだか
hurting
辛そう
somehow,
に見えま
Okarin.
す。
そう
Do I?
そうだよ、
You do.
吹雪ちゃん。
Kabuki.
そんなオカリン
And
さ
when
んを見
Mayashi
てる
looks at you, she looks like
マ
she's
ユ
in
シーも
pain
辛
too.
そうで、私も
And when I
オカリンさん
see
と
her
マユシー
looking
の
at
こと
you,
見
I
て
feel
る
like
と
I'm going to cry.
泣きそうになって、私
Wait, what am I
何言ってんだ
saying?
ろう。
This Shibuka girl must really care about Mayuri. I felt a little better after hearing that.
あの オカリンさんの好きな人
Who's
っ
the
て
girl you like?
誰ですか？
The girl I like? An image of Kurisu appeared in the corner of my eye again. The feeling in my hands when I took her life came back. No, calm down.
オカリンさん、
Wakarin?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, that was
失礼
rude
な
to
こと聞いちゃっ
ask.
て。私
I... .06. Why did I get an achievement? Okay, so we're in the next chapter. Yeah. We're out of closed epigraphs, so we're in a new chapter. Which means we can finally end. Yay. Like, not to yay, because I do love Steins Gate, but it's like past 1 a.m., so I'm like, As much as I want to keep the game audio, I mean, I'll just close the game out, right? The menu music is fucking bop, though. Anyways. Mars is still alive. Playing Valorant. I'm surprised I isn't still alive, actually. I guess we've been at this for almost 5... Well, no, because he normally... Yeah, the stream is almost 5 hours. I'm still surprised Dai isn't still alive, though, because he normally... Or I guess... He did say he was going to be very busy this month, so that's probably what's up with that, to be honest. So probably has to, like, sleep normal hours. It's like 1 a.m. I'm not gonna bother looking for someone new to raid. Just go ahead and raid Mars. But thank you guys for sticking around for some Steins Gate. Next Saturday I'll be uploading an edited version of the first recording, the first episode we'll have. Yay. I can't think. No thoughts. Head empty. Still can't read. I actually finished editing the video, so this is very similar to how I ended the last one, but... That's fair too, Spooky. That's fair too. But without further ado, good night, farewell, bye-bye. To Mars we go.